100 meters. But until then, we're just watching a green racing project showdown. Currently looks like Green Racing Project's taking it down just a bit. Their stroke rates dropped a couple beats. Staying long, probably conserving some energy for tomorrow's final. Coming into the last 250, I believe, what those buoys are. Buoys change colors in the last 250. I'm not sure if that's the last 500. I'll figure this out as the day goes on. In the lead boat, we have Legenzowski and Hatcher. Those two just hanging and banging, grooving through. It's going to be a nice, easy race for them. They took a super commanding lead in the first 500 and haven't relinquished it since. Albers and Onbargi. They're looks like they're cruising home in second place. We've got the finish line camera zoomed in as far as we can go, seeing those boats lined up across. From this angle, it might seem like they're a lot closer than they are. The angle which it's at makes it look like lane 6 is much closer to lane 4 than they're actually going to be. They're probably a few boat lengths off. But nice, relaxed rowing. Easy catches. You love to see it. Great racing. Looking for the line, coming down nice and long. Our winners are going to be lane 3 Green Racing Project as they go across the line. We're looking for those times when they come down. And in the final qualification spot for the finals, we have Green Racing Project. Conshocken coming through in third. That's Arian lane 5, Arian lane 6. And there we go. Time's looking a little screwed up. We've got the 6:37 was the winning time, 6:50 was second place. Those two will be going to finals for tomorrow. Hopefully the weather holds off. We're supposed to have some rain later today. And we're picking up the next race of today's events. We've got semifinal 2 of the men's under 23 doubles. We have lane 1, Cascadilla. Lane 2, Marietta Training Center. Lane 3, Penn AC. Lane 4, Virginia Rowing Association. Lane 5, Oyster Bay Community. And Lane 6, Miami. They're already through 750. Currently coming up to the broadcasting center here at the Cooper Boathouse. I'll find out the full name of that boathouse later if you want to come hang out with us. And up ahead we have lane 3, Penn AC. About a length on second place, lane 4 of Virginia. And then coming through in third and fourth, we have Miami, Marietta, and then coming through the end is Cascadilla. Cascadilla? Who knows? I don't, but I'll figure it out. Lovely drone shot, getting that perfect chevron shape. And I clearly misspoke. I meant to say Oyster Bay Community, not Miami. I'll get better as the day goes on. Don't you worry. But going through the 1,000, we have Penn AC with another commanding lead. Not quite as far as Green Racing Project had at the very beginning, but maybe they're just holding in, seeing what the competition can bring. In lane 4, we've got Virginia Rowing Association. I think that's what RA stands for. They're going to try and hold off Oyster Bay Community, who's going to be trying to hold off Marietta. Those three boats are fighting for the final spot in the finals tomorrow. Penn AC staying long, staying tall, getting out there 33, 34 strokes a minute. Looks like they're kind of just holding steady, knowing that they might have this in the bag if nothing goes wrong. We're only 5.5 minutes into the race. These are about 6.5 minute races. Definitely dropping the stroke rate, probably conserving plenty of energy because I know those guys are in the quad that dominated the time trial yesterday. And look at that, we've got about 2.5, 3 open lengths on the second place. And going through the buoy change, we were in the last 250 for this men's under 23 double semifinal number 2. These two boats will be going off to the finals if they can hold off. We have Oyster Bay trying to charge on Virginia so that they can get that last spot. We'll see if they can bring it up. Our drone's headed back up to the start, and we'll be hanging on with these guys through the finish. Penn AC really dropping that stroke rate, trying to conserve as much energy for this weekend's racing as possible. Staying long, but you can see Oyster Bay kicking it up. They know they got to move if they want to get to finals. You can see Oyster Bay checking out Virginia Rowing, seeing how close they're getting. It's hard to tell from this. You've got the geese in the background trying to take them on as well. There we go, with everyone kicking up their stroke rate to see if they can get close to qualifying. Penn AC dropping it down though. They held this race on from the first 500, easy, long, staying smooth. They let Virginia come back to within a length of them. Virginia coming through in the second qualifying spot. Penn AC going through to finals. We will see these boats tomorrow. And there we go, Oyster Bay coming through in third. And in fourth and fifth, we had lanes 2 and 3. Marietta, Cascadia. And coming through the, I would say we're at the 800 meter mark here. We have lane 3 way out ahead. Moving through over lane 2. So lane 3 we have, we'll just go through the whole lineup. Lane 1, OKC. Lane 2, Potomac. Lane 3, Conshohocken. Lane 4, Great River. Lane 5, Undine. And lane 6, we've got some unaffiliated boys. So lane 3, Conshohocken moving out ahead through the 1,000. Followed closely by lane 2, Potomac. And we're getting that shot through the trees on the top of the Cooper River boathouse. We have the drones flying back and forth trying to cover as much of the course as possible. It'll probably be landing a few times to get new batteries. That thing will be up in the air for probably 10 hours today. So excuse us if we aren't able to get the overhead shots as often as we might if we had multiple drones going. But here we have a nice long shot. You got that silhouette with the racers up against the the sun. So it's just a gorgeous shot there. And there we have lane 3, Conshohocken, rolling them croakers in the Empacher. Moving ahead, a lovely race for second place. That final spot for the finals. I gotta stop saying final for the final because it's gonna be like that all day. Everyone's gonna be racing for that last chance, last little bit to get into the finals to make it worth it. They all got through semi or time trials in order to get to these races, so getting a commanding lead out front means that you're gonna get some favorable lanes. So lanes 2 and 4 racing each other. We have Potomac and Great River trying to take each other on, see who's going to get that spot. I'll give the edge to Great River. They're moving pretty well. Not seeing a little bit extra move. We're in the last 500 of this race. And over in the top corner below the US Rowing label logo, we've got the lane 6 of the unaffiliated boys coming through. That's Bailey and Talent. Bailey. We'll see. Maybe he'll text me after the race and be like, hey, you said my name wrong. Here's how you say it. I'll get it right for next time, maybe. A lot of pink oar sleeves in this one. We've got some Croaker fans out there on the course. Felipe, Empacher, Felipe in the shot right now. And here we come into the last 250. We have the Conshohocken Rowing Center taking it up, keeping their commanding lead, saving some energy. Then we have the Great River boat keeping it high to hold off Potomac. Not sure where they're at right now. I see Great River checking out the Potomac boat. Maybe they're close, maybe they're not, might be on the line. Conshohocken coming up through the line. And there it is, Great River just a half length over Potomac. That was a great race through to the end, holding them off all the way through. That's got to be a nice way to finish off your morning of just a lovely row out here. And through in lane 6, the unaffiliated boat, and lane 5, Undine. And we'll be right back after an ad from our friends at MKCom. Welcome back. We have the semifinal of the women's under 23 double. In lane 1, we have Green Racing Project. Lane 2, Row West Racing Camp. Lane 3, Great Bay. Lane 4, White Marsh. Lane 5, OKC High Performance Center. and lane 6, Arian. They're coming through the 750, 800 meter mark. We have lane 3 out ahead, cruising through. That is the double of Great Bay in their lovely multicolored Vespoli boat. One of the few American manufacturers that you'll see on these waters. Looks like in second place we have lane 4, White Marsh. And lane 2 looks like they're trailing a bit in third place. That's lane 2 is Row West Rowing Camp. Coming up through the 1,000 meter mark, we're going to be looking for those top 2 spots to get through to the final. There we have Great Bay with about a boat and a half length lead over lane 4 of White Marsh. So as they're going through the 1250 meter mark, that's through the middle 500 of the race. You're into the last 750. That last 750 is when you start to turn the screw a bit if you're trying to get that last spot to get to finals. Right now, it doesn't look like Great Bay is going to be having to do that, nor does it look like White Marsh will need to. This is just might become a race for lanes. With these 2 out in front, we have pretty much set the race for the foreseeable 500 meters. Lane 2's gonna see if they could probably kick it up a few strokes a minute just to try and challenge the top 2. Looks like White Marsh might be trying to race Great Bay a bit here. They're cruising a bit, maybe taking up the stroke rate just a bit to see what they can do. Lovely side view from the drone shot here. See if I can get a stroke rate on these top crews. Looks like Great Bay is right around that 32 mark. And it looks like White Marsh is maybe a beat or 2 higher. So as they are coming through the last 250, these athletes will be, looking back, probably trying to conserve. They're probably racing in multiple events this summer nationals. So it was a long day. If they're racing 2 events, they could theoretically be racing 6 times over 3 days, twice each day. One with the 2 time trials yesterday, maybe 2 semifinals today, and if everything goes right, 2 finals tomorrow. But out in front, it is a commanding lead from Great Bay and White Marsh in lanes 3 and 4. So as the finish line camera pivots, we'll see that looks like Great Bay has probably a length still on White Marsh, maybe a bit of open water depending on how much they're saving. We're going to see if they're being raced by anyone. Doesn't look like it from what we had in the few hundred meters before this shot. Trying to stay long, trying to stay together all the way through the line. and that is Great Bay in lane 3 booking their ticket to the finals. Lane 4, White Marsh getting the other spot. Coming up a few boat lengths behind, we'll have lanes 2, Green Racing Project. Nope, they have switched the orders on me. That's lane 2, that is Row West. Lane 1, Green Racing Project. Lane 5, OKC. Nope, that's lane 5, OKC. Lane 6 was Arian. So that was the first of 3 semifinals for the women's under 23 double. Starting off, we have the second semifinal. We have in lane 1, OKC. Lane 2, Y Quad Cities. Lane 3, Penn AC. Lane 4, Y Quad Cities. Lane 5, Arian. Lane 6, Fairmount. And there they go, settling into the race rhythm, coming through the trees from our vantage point. And in our shot now is lanes 3, 4, and 5. It's a bit tough to get all the boats from this angle and still be able to see what they're doing. There we go, we have a nice, lovely drone shot. We have out in front lane 3, Penn AC. And in fighting for that second place, we have lane 6, 4, 2, and 1. Fairmount, Y Quad, and OKC. Just off the pace, it looks like lane 2, Y Quad Cities. Nope, that's lane 5, Arian. Sorry, it's a little bit backwards on what's on my screen and your screen. And so as they're going into the middle 1,000 of the race, we've got them settling in down off their high strokes, getting that length. This is where the race is won. Penn AC getting a commanding lead. Looks like lane 4's Y Quad Cities of Meskin and Saunders are taking it to their teammates of Wistaba and Weber. So as they're going out, we have lovely conditions here. Seeing all these boats go by just makes me real jealous, and I want to be out there with them because, man, it is flat and good racing conditions right now. Slight breeze coming through, probably a bit of a headwind. But nice and easy out in front, Penn AC, Y Quad Cities. Follow closely for a race to 4th of lanes 1 and 6. OKC and Fairmount. So this tracking drone shot's got them nice and high up. They're probably basing right around 32, 33, right around 32, 33 up front. So as they're stretching into that middle 500 right at the end, third 500's coming in. That's where the legs are burned. That's where your lungs are screaming. And Y Quad Cities has closed the gap a bit there on Penn AC. They're moving pretty well next to each other. Maybe Penn AC's dropped it down a bit, knowing that they're going to be the next 2 into finals. but it looks like we've got the Y Quad cities of, that is Meskin and Saunders, basin just about a length behind Penn AC, but it looks about 2 lengths open water on their teammates. So staying nice and long. Side tracking drone shot here is a lovely way for coaches to be able to figure out if their athletes are in time. You can see when the blades go in. You can see when they're actually synced up and being able to stay parallel all the way through the drive. Sometimes you'll see athletes just slightly out of time, and sometimes the drone is the easiest way to tell because you zoom out far enough and you'll be able to see them. And here we switch to the finish cam, where it's going to be fairly tough to see if anybody's moving on anyone else. But we're going to assume that it's going to be Penn AC and Y Quad Cities out in front. Maybe Y Quad is going to want to give Penn AC a race, but for lanes. But we'll see if there's a settle down in the last 250 to conserve some energy. I'm just getting a stroke rate right now on the Y Quad. Yeah, it looks like they might be staying up a little bit high, maybe run through their race plan of what they would do in the finals. They're probably around a 36, 37 right now. Penn AC staying long, staying controlled. They've got this one in the bag, it seems. Back behind, we have 5 and 6. It's going to be tough during the day to be able to see lanes 1 and 2 from these angles. So, you might be surprised if, you're seeing lane 3 and 4 go out in front, and then all of a sudden at the end they might get pipped by lanes 1 or 2, just depending on how those boats are moving. Right now, these boats are seeded into their semifinals based on how they finished in the time trials, and so the favored lanes right now are lanes 3 and 4. They'll be the top boats of each event as the day goes on because they're the ones that qualified highest in the time trials. And looking for the line, Penn AC coming across for the first spot, Y Quad Cities for the second spot in tomorrow's finals. And then it's lane 2, the second Y Quad Cities. Lane 5, Arian. Lane 1, OKC. And then lane 6, Fairmount coming through. And so that was the second semifinal. We're going to be coming into semifinal 3 for the women's under 23 double. We have lane 1 CRI, lane 2 Potomac, lane 3 Vesper, lane 4 Ready Set Row, lane 5 Green Racing Project, and lane 6 Arian. And peeking through the trees, we have lane 6 Arian. And there we can see our other boats popping in to frame. Lanes 5 and 4. As they're going into their first 500 meters, the blood's pumping. They're probably just over 250 going into 300 right now. And that's when you really lose your adrenaline. You start to settle into your base rhythm. Getting that length, you try and make some moves, 10s, 20s here throughout the race course. But the base rhythm that they're going to develop now is what's going to carry them through the rest of the race. This is also where you see the people who fly and die. You know, they go out a super high stroke rate, aren't able to hold that, and then they slowly fall off the pace. These are the moments when you'll be able to see them. Sometimes they'll last to the 1,000. The best back-end crews will make their biggest moves through the 1,000. The Kiwi pair was famous for having one of the slower 500s at the start, but then just being the ones that slowed down the least throughout the entire race. Right now it looks like lane 4 might be ahead. We haven't seen much of lanes 1, 2, and 3. As we can probably see from the commentator's booth, we have what looks like lane 4 ahead. Oh, we have lane 6 and lane 4 fighting at the front. That's the doubles of Arian and Ready Set Row. And then fighting for the second possible spot is lanes 3 and 5. So that's Vesper and Green Racing Project. I know Gabby in stroke seat of that Vesper boat, and I'm going to be a little biased rooting for her, but right out in front we have the lovely double of Ready Set Row. It's a tight start. And then over in lane 1 looks like we got CRI. So falling off the pace just a bit is lane 2, and that's Potomac. So it's a nice even race across as we're going through the 800, 900 meter mark of the race. We're going to be seeing them really start to separate themselves, see who has the fitness to continue on this pace. This first 1,000, some people say, is, you know, the flirty phase of the race. That's when you figure out what your competition's capable of. And the second 1,000, as they go through right there, is going to be where you really start to see who's got the stuff, who can hang and keep going. We have lane 3 Vesper trying to make a move. They might be pipping Arian. Is that Arian lane? Nope. Yeah, that's Arian lane 6. I can see the CRI in lane 1 bringing up their stroke rate a bit. Maybe there's a bit more frantic, seeing how close this race is. But out in front, lane 4, you have the lead from Ready Set Row. That's Holderness and Volmrich. Totally got that one. And it's 3 across. This is a great kind of race to be in. You're looking over. If you have 3 across, everyone's trying to get that last spot. This is where it's do or die. You're in that third 500. The legs are pumping. The hands are shaking. Knees weak. Arms sweaty. Hopefully nobody had any spaghetti. We have ourselves a lovely race for second place in this semifinal. Who's it going to be? And as the drone sweeps out to the side, we'll be able to see if it's Vesper or if it's Green Racing Project. Because that final spot is where it's going to really come down to the line. And it looks like it's dead even. Yeah, it's dead even, folks. We've got a lovely race for second place. Who's going to bring it to home for the finals? We're going to see some people raising some stroke rates. The other 2 semis, we had the commanding leads of first and second, but in this one, it's really just going to come down to the wire. As long as they can keep that stroke rate up and keep moving and not waste any energy, they're going to be able to move through, hopefully, to the final. And as we switch to our finish cam, we're not going to be able to tell very easily if there's some people over on the sidelines cheering. I would love to hear them right now, because this is the kind of race that you love and come here to race for. Race people from all over the country, see what you can do, who's going to get through the finals. we have another drone shot. It's still neck and neck, folks. It looks like we have Green Racing Project taking about a deck length out of Vesper, but it's close. They're maybe coming up to the leaders that we've had for the entire course of Ready, Set, Row. This would be one heck of a barn burner. There goes the stroke rate from Vesper. They're bringing it up. And they brought themselves back even. You can see, looking over, Green Racing Project, seeing if they need to move more or if Vesper's going to die. But Vesper's going to be looking over the same, seeing if Green Racing is moving or if they're dying. And everyone's going to be just continually checking over, seeing where the competition's at. This is a great race for the line. This is the spot for the finals tomorrow. Oh, maybe lane 4 might be dying just a bit. Who knows? They could have gone out for that 1750 and started to die. We have Vesper moving as we're coming up to the line. We have 3 boats across. Who's going to go? 3 boats go in, 2 boats come out. And, oh, it's so close to call. Maybe from this angle, it could be Ready, Set, Row, then Green Racing Project with Vesper just off the back, but it's just too close to call. Coming through in 4th, we have CRI. And it comes up as Ready, Set, Row and Green Racing Project. 0.2 between them. And then 0.3 to Vesper. What a finish. You'll love to see it. That is a tough one for Vesper. Going in hard for the last 750 as I saw them bring it up. And coming through in the last spot, we have CRI, Arian, and I believe Potomac. Yes. So that was a barn burner of a semifinal. Hopefully we're going to see a lot of that kind of racing today. And we're going right into the men's under 23 pair semifinal number 1. In lane 1, we have Sarasota. Lane 2, Buffalo Scholastic. Lane 3, Great River. Lane 4, Seattle area. Lane 5, Dallas United Crew. And lane 6, Mendota. And so on our pictures right now, we see lane 3 of Great... Is that Great River? Did I say that right? Yes, I did. So that's McDonald and Elftman going out hard. The pair, one of the most fun boats to race, one of the hardest to set. This is the one where you have to trust your partner through and through. Right out front, we have lane 3, followed by lane 4, 2, 5, 6, and 1. And there's that drone shot that we all crave. So out front with about a boat length, a full boat length lead, maybe just breaking open water, breaking that contact. We have Great River. You can see with pairs racing, there's only 1 oar per person. That means that you have to have your half of the brain controlled by the other person in the boat. You have to work in synchronous. Oh, and we have some steering issues in lane 4. Can they correct it and not lose that line? Because if you scrub some speed, you are going to slow down the boat a lot by turning sideways. So everyone's converging on lane 3. Everybody wants to get into the fast water, it looks like. Riding that buoy line is probably one of the easier things to do because you know it's always there. If you're a bit close to your competitors, it might be a little bit of a distracting view for them, given that your blades might clash. But right out in front, lane 3 is just cruising along, getting that beautiful chevron. But that race for second, that's the one we always crave. The one who's going to get the last spot in the finals. So as we see, it's lane 2, just on that buoy line, just crossing it right there. Maybe going back over, they might get a little bit of a warning by the referees. But it looks like they're going to self-correct. There they go. So that's lane 2 and 4 that are racing for that last qualifying spot. That's Buffalo Scholastic, closest to the camera. and then Seattle area on the other side. Looks like Seattle area is just drifting a bit, going a little bit back and forth on their steering. Buffalo on the other side of their lane now, so these boats are very difficult to steer. If you are not applying the same power, it will turn faster than you could believe. Gotta have that connection at the front part of the catch even together so you can lift the boat out of the water together. The geese going in, seeing the view of what it is for that race for second spot. Looks like that other goose wanted to get up there and get a close look at the leaders of lane 2 from, or lane 3, Great River. So those guys have had a gorgeous course all the way through, nice and even. They look comfortable in that boat. It makes sense that they're the ones in that lane. Just seeing how clean and smooth they're able to row that boat. Nice, quick, collected catches together. Not a lot of movement. Pretty calm through the drive. Not a lot of white water coming off that. You love to see that kind of racing. So as they go through the giant gaggle of geese, I would love to see the pair try and take them on in the back of lane 6. And a lovely shot of lane 3. Looks like they're just cruising through to the finish. No need for them to waste any energy bringing up the stroke rate to get through the line. And through in the lanes one lane in first place, there we go, not lane 1, we had Great River. Lane 2 looked like it was Buffalo Scholastic, and lane 3 or lane 4 was our third place Seattle area. And coming through in the last 3 spots, we have a great race for fourth. That's lanes 5 and 4 going through. Nice close finish. Oh, and we have a flip at the finish. That's a tough one. Looks like I honestly could not tell you, but they hopefully are going to be able to flip back over fairly soon. Reach over, lay back. That'll get the boat to flip for you. Although in a pair, it's going to be a little bit tougher to get back in the boat with only one oar. And so Dallas United. So we will take another quick break for a word from our sponsors. And who doesn't love some regatta dogs? As we're coming into the second semifinal of the men's under 23 pairs, we have lane 1, Greenwich, lane 2, Mendota, lane 3, Greenwich, lane 4, Seattle area, lane 5, PNRA Mercer, and lane 6, DeMatha. So out in front, we can see lane 3, Greenwich, coming through the 750 meter mark. Right in front, we have lane 4 just tracking behind them. Seattle area, seeing if they're going to be the top 2. It is most likely, as that's the qualifying order for how they get seeded into the semifinals. But there goes the drone shot. We can see that lane 2, Mendota, is going to be trying to push lane lane 4, Seattle area. And so as we go through the 1,000-meter mark coming up in a few meters, we'll see that having a nice row out front right now, being able to see their whole competition. We have lane 3's Greenwich of Steinthal and Cohen. Oh, look at that. That's a very cinematic looking shot right there as the boats go through. Back to the drones shot of our semifinal number 2. Reminder that these pairs are extremely hard to balance. As you can see, you have to only get one oar, so you're leaning out to one side, so you're going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out who's going to be able to row this boat cleanly with you. Finding your pair partner is a bit of a life adventure, if you will. Trying to find your pair partner is as I'm told, a great pickup line too. So moving out ahead with the length of just breaking a bit of open water there on lane 4 of Greenwich over Seattle area. But it looks like Mendota's trying to come back on Greenwich. Nope, on Seattle area. And then in the bottom 3 right now having their own little tussle of lanes 1, 5, and 6. And so as they go through and smack some geese right on the back of their head, change their course a bit, that's going to be a staple of rowing here in Camden. The geese are plentiful, and as you see, they only like to go out a bit out of the way and sit in the next lane over. That is probably one of the funnier sights you can possibly see. It is pretty traumatizing when you're in the boat racing against some crews close neck and neck, and then all of a sudden you hit a neck of a goose with your oar. Sometimes that could be really dangerous for the goose. As you see, lane 4 is coming up to them. We'll see if they scatter out of the way. There they go. Not fast enough, currently. So that's going to, especially in a pair, make it pretty tough to figure out if your steering is going to be able to come back quickly if you're in a tight race. Oh, and lane 6 going way off course. Lane 5 going way off course with those geese all just getting in their way. We're going to need to get some geese repellent out there. Get some launches driving around, scattering them. Put up those geese stakes that they have of a lot of the end of the docks. But out in front, still it looks like we have lane 3, Greenwich. And my guess is that lane 4 is going to be our second place Seattle area. And as they come through the last 100 meters, looking for the line, getting just around that 7-minute mark. A lot of these guys are probably pulling 2Ks closer to the 6 in general, below 6:30 most of the time. And these guys, you know, that extra 35, 40 seconds of racing can really take a toll on you, especially when you're in a single. And we'll get to those later in the day. But across the line first, it's Greenwich, and second place going to the finals is Seattle area. Lane 3 was Mendota, or lane 2, in third place, Mendota from lane 2. There we go. That was lane 1, second Greenwich, lane 6, and then lane 5. So that was DeMatha, then PNRA Mercer. And there we can see semifinal number 3. We have in lane 1 TBC Racing, lane 2 Seattle area, lane 3 Mendota, lane 4 Mendota, lane 5 Greenwich is it Greenwich or Greenwich? I'll figure that out. And lane 6, Buchanan. I know. And there we can see the two Mendota boats going after it in lanes 3 and 4. Those two having qualified at the top of the time trials from there in order to get into these two lanes, which is why you're seeing most of the winners come from lanes 3 and 4. Mendota training out of I believe, rowing, uh, the Wisconsin rowing clubhouse. They are essentially a lot of the Wisconsin rowers who are able to train throughout the summer, go through all these different regattas so that they can go back to their college and they're trying to make their top boats. I know there's a lot of powerhouses who come out of that boathouse. Oh, you can see lane 2 peeking in. They're going to be racing them. That's lane 2 of Seattle area. So we have 3 boats across trying to find that. Oh, we have a bit of a stumble there from Seattle area, but 3 boats across. Only 2 are going through to the finals. So this will be a very interesting last 1,000 meters as they're coming up in a few meters to it. And so as looks like we have a scratch in lane 1. So no TBC racing for this race. So lanes 5 and 6 just a bit off the pace. Lane 5 not as far off as they could, be holding a little bit something back and come storming through. Mendota hitting the buoy there. Hopefully that's not going to throw off their course or their rhythm too much because they're in a tight race. So a lot of this is going to come down to comfort with your pair partner. Steering needs to be on point. Looks like lane 3's Mendota's got that. But it looks like Seattle area is putting a move on, trying to see if they can edge out ahead. And that lovely silhouette shot of a pair. What's not to love about that kind of shot? The 3 boats across are, you can kind of see them checking each other out, taking a peek here and there. And there we have a lovely drone shot, seeing who's out in front. We do have Seattle area, followed by Mendota in lane 3, and then half a length back, Mendota in lane 4. So as they move through their gears to see who's going to be in that qualifying spot for the finals, we have the drone whipping around to the side. Fairly hard to fly these things backward, adjust the camera, keep everything in frame. So when we get those shots and they're nice, cool, clean, you know that drone operator is doing a little celebration dance. Not too much though, it doesn't want to shake it up. But there we go, Seattle area with a bout of a, it's too close to call at this angle. Looks like they're going through the buoys around the same time. About stroke for stroke. Looks like they're probably around that 32. I'll see if I can get a stroke rate on that one. Nope, they popped it up. That's around a 34. And so you have Seattle area moving through the gears, getting a little bit more on Mendota. Second Mendota is just falling off the pace. They had a really strong first 1,000 getting out for that lead, but just not able to hold on. And there goes Seattle, just getting that length. So as you see the shot from this angle, as the guys go up to the catch, which is where they put the blade in, they're both leaning to opposite sides of the boat. They have to practice a lot of times or just sink in perfectly with their pair partner in order to get that boat to stay steady, to get those oars off the water, not scrub any speed. You can see they're slightly drifting to the side, checking around, seeing where they're at in the course. Once those buoys, the small buoys, not the really big ones, turn to red, that means they're in the last 250. So seeing that they've got the length out front, just looks like nobody's going to shift through the gears through the last 150 meters. And then we have lane 2 commanding come through on the end there. Lane 3, so that was Seattle area, then Mendota, and then the second Mendota boat going through. As the picture comes back in, that we have lane 5, Greenwich? Not too sure. If someone wants to message me, feel free to. I'll figure that one out. I've already found out I've been saying Air Ryan wrong. So I'll just chalk that up to one of the few mistakes that I'll just make today. And there we go. The women's under 23 pair semifinal number 1. Lane 1, Potomac. Lane 2, Greenwich. Lane 3, Connecticut. Lane 4, Greenwich Crew. Lane 5, GMS. And Lane 6, Sarasota Crew. And right there you can see just popping up, that looks like it's lane 3, the Connecticut Crew. That is Galloway and Greco. Looks like they're taking a commanding lead. Closest boats to them might be lane 6, could be lane 2. Nope, lane 2 is a few lengths off. So lane 6 we have the Sarasota Crew up from Florida. Nice long drive, possibly a flight. Getting into the semifinals for the under 23 women's pair. There's the drone shot, and there it is, lane 2 coming in on that second place behind lane 3. So lane 3 again, that is Connecticut of Galloway and Greco. Lane 2, Greenwich, that's Hyde and Schmitz. And then it looks like in lane 1, Potomac, they're coming in around 3rd place right now. Coming through 750 past the boathouse. Wind's starting to kick up a little bit. Looks like we're going to be getting a bit of a tailwind today. So as the tailwind increases, the boats will probably increase in speed, but also it might throw the rhythm off as there might be gusts of wind going across the water. But right now they have nothing to worry about. It's gorgeous rowing out there. You can see the lane 3 getting a healthy lead, staying long drive through the finish, flipping that blade out together pretty quick around the finish, which is when you take the blade out of the water. And there it is, the drone shot of lane 3 out ahead. Connecticut getting a pretty good length, getting pretty long, pretty even. You can see them as they split out to the side. They're very consistent, very smooth, just a class crew to watch. They've got some good training behind them. And so as you see the blades pop in together, there's no wasted effort of getting the drive around, pushing those legs, swinging the hips, opening the body, bringing those arms in quick, and then they like to pop them out fairly quick. I know some crews, their technique might be a little bit of a pause at the finish. It's a very Australian type of rowing. And look at that, the silhouette shot, three boats racing each other. You have just, you love to see a nice silhouette shot. As a videographer myself, that's one of my favorite things to record is, yes, drone shots are great. Everyone loves them. It's a totally different perspective on seeing how you row. But when you get that silhouette shot, that immediately goes to be your phone background. And so, lane 2, putting a bit of a race on from Greenwich. They're probably about a length and change of behind, so they might want to see if they can get some connection back, but they're definitely not going to need to unless they're going to try and race for a lane in the final tomorrow. And that side tracking shot is what every coach loves to see. You can see that the geese are in shot again. Are they going to get smacked? Nope, just avoiding it. But then lane 2, just avoiding it as well. It's going to be back and forth the entire day with these geese probably. So if anybody has any ideas on how to get rid of them, please talk to US Rowing. We'll see what we can do. But in the meantime, enjoy a bit of comedy relief during these long, grueling days here in the summer. We have lane 3 going through the 250 meter mark to go. Staying long. Looks like they've got their stroke rate right around that 33, 34. Totally guessing on that, by the way. Probably closer to 35. And there goes lane 2 popping in the shot. You can see in the background, lane 4 is going on a bit of a sideways detour. They're not quite in their lane. They're going to need to do a fairly large correction if they're not going to venture all the way over into lane 1. That would be a bit of a detour from the normal course. It is fairly hard to steer these boats. A lot of times people will have a tow connected to the rudder, and so steering the tow can be easy enough in a buoyed course, but when you're on a river, long lake, a lot of windy bends, it can be pretty tough to keep a straight course, stay efficient, stay long, and not disrupt the flow of the boat, because this boat, all about the flow. And there we see the camera slowly going to the finish, tracking our winners of semifinal number 1. That's lane 3, Connecticut, followed by lane 2, Greenwich. And so it is Greenwich. I've been told by my friend Josh, thank you Josh, making a fool of myself up here, but I'm trying. So as we have the times popping up, 7:52, 7:56, right around that 2-minute split, just below that 2-minute split, which is how long it takes you to finish a 500 meters. That's what every rower knows when they talk about what their times are. They'll say their split time, maybe their overall time. You can kind of gauge the idea of how people are doing. Then we go through lanes 5, and is that lane 4 over in lane 6? I'm not sure if that's a switched bow marker or if that's just a slightly variant of a course. And here we go with semifinal number 2 of the women's U23 pair. We have Lane 1, Sarasota. Lane 2, PNRA Mercer. Lane 3, Badger Development Camp. Lane 4, Badger Development Camp. Lane 5, Greenwich Crew. Lane 6, Badger Development Camp. Plenty of teammates in this one. So out front, it seems to be Lane 3, Badger Development Camp, number 1. That's Bruce and O'Connor out there hanging and banging on the oars. And those two are looking fairly clean, fairly calm out front. Very commanding lead as they go through 750, 800 meters. And then it looks like the race for second place is going to be heating up. Lanes 2 and 4 closest to each other. We have, looking over top of my monitor here to see the actual boats instead of the screen. Then it goes 6, 5, and 1. So this is going to be looks like it could be a pretty good race for second. Definitely not for first. Out front, they're moving and grooving. Badger Development Camp of Bruce and O'Connor. And then here we have Lane 2, PNRA Mercer, trying to hold on to that last qualifying spot for the finals, going through the 1,000-meter mark. Right on that 4:04 split for the 1K. You can look back on the course and just see the whole line and the even puddles of this Badger Development Camp boat. They are definitely cruising together, probably pretty comfortable rowing in this boat together. Slightly drifting to one side, that might be the wind shifting them, so you're always going to be bouncing back and forth between the lanes if there's a bit of wind, because it's going to cause your boat to constantly shift and adjust as you are constantly shifting and adjusting to your pair partner. And that swinging wide drone shot. Yeah, it looks like lane 1 went for a bit of a detour just off the course. But cruising down, lowering that stroke rate. They're just catching right at the same time, trying to get that maximum length all the way up the top. Not trying to get any extra movement. Lane 2, PNRA Mercer. Probably seeing all those Olympic women training out of their center all the time, getting inspired. Rowing these pairs and these sweet boats is definitely one of those things that college athletes will do all the time as they figure out their selection for their crews to get into the top boats in their individual colleges. If they're rowing at college, many of them will be doing that. And so, bit of a tough signal here to see the crews. Probably not going to be as much movement here at the last 250. The commanding lead from lane 3's Badger Development Camp. They are absolutely dominant in this. I'm not sure if the semifinal 1's lane 3 qualified first or if it's semifinal 2. I forget how they snake the qualifying in order to get even races for the semifinals. So these guys definitely as they're lane 3 in the top 3. They might be number 2, number 1, or number 3. I'm not quite sure. I'll get that checked out if someone wants to message me and tell me. But nice, smooth. Definitely dropped that stroke rate. Taking a look around, seeing where those buoys are. Seeing where that finish line is. Probably hearing some cheers from their family, friends, loved ones. Sitting at the finish line, watching them just absolutely dominate this semifinal for the women's under 23 pair. Many of these women will double up in boats. Many of these rowers in general will be doubling up in boats, whether it's doing a small boat like a pair and then going into an 8 or a 4. Some might be tripling up. Might be a very long weekend for them. So recovery is going to be super key for all these athletes, as they've probably been racing multiple times yesterday, multiple times today, hopefully multiple times tomorrow. And as we come through the Badger development camp of lane 3, that's Bruce and O'Connor absolutely crushing their competition. I think, if I remember correctly, it was lane 2's Pionere Mercer coming up next. And there they are, going across. Close the gap a bit. Always nice. Maybe ran through some race planning, a skeleton, jump through the gears, seeing what they can do. And then our race for third, looks like that was lane 6 and 5. I thought I saw a lane 4 bow marker. Nope, that was 6 and 5. And then finishing out lane 1. And we're going to take another break for a word from our sponsors. And here we are on the semi-final number, I believe this is semi-final number 3, yes. And so that is lane 1, Cambridge, lane 2, CRI, lane 3, Greenwich, lane 4, Badger Development Camp, lane 5, Greenwich, and lane 6, Badger Development Camp. Plenty of boats out here from Badger Development Camp. But way out in front right now, we have lane 3. Was this semifinal 2? Have I been saying the wrong ones? I'm not too sure. I don't believe so. This is definitely semifinal number 3. So that's Cambridge, CRI, Greenwich, Badger Development, Badger Development, Badger Development. Sorry about that. We had a slight glitch on the prompter, but we have got a lovely shot of lane 3 way out in front. And that's Greenwich crushing their competition as they are coming up to that 1,000-meter mark. And then it looks like I'll give it a boat length and a half advantage to lane 4's Badger Development Camp of Davis and Gueths. Gueths? Gaith? Not too sure. And there's the buoy for close. Oh, they just avoided that. Nice. And so we are switching to that drone shot, and there it is. Lane 3 out ahead, commanding lead ahead of lane 4's Badger Development Camp. So lane 3's Greenwich of Barrett and Anderson absolutely dominating this before even getting to the 1,000. Lane 2's CRI going for a bit of a detour, staying in their lane though. These are definitely the toughest boat to row. Some consider the single the gladiators of the water, but the pair is the tag team duo. Your Mario Kart party partner, who is just, you have to be in so much sync with your partner in order to row these boats not just correctly but fast. That's why you see Kiwi pair. You have for what was it, 8 years undefeated. Then you have the Sinkovich brothers, who are the gold medal favorites in the pair. They're two brothers insanely fast from Croatia. It makes sense that they know how to row together. They also have rowed doubles together. So getting a pair partner is like getting a life partner. You have to find someone that you can connect with and work hard with. You don't have to like them. That's never been the requirement. But you have to be able to move a boat with them. And so as lane 3 jumps out of the shot, we see lane 4 coming in. That's Badger Development Camp, one of the many in these events. They are being pursued by CRI, seeing if CRI can get into that final spot in the finals. Taking a bit of a detour into lane 3. No harm, no foul, as the Greenwich crew is just leagues ahead, smooth. That'll be a fun race to watch tomorrow. So right now I'm seeing the different types of oars these athletes are on. We have the Concept 2 and then the Croakers. So Concept 2, the classic, the rowing machine makers. These Concept 2s have, I believe it's the Fat 2s on the end, so they're able to really load up that catch, get all that water caught on the blade, and then just heave that boat around the end. Because you're pivoting around the end of the boat, the end of the oar. You're not moving the oar through the water. A common misconception. But as you can see, that big fat blade catching in together, they're able to lift that boat out of the water, looking for the line, really hoping it gets there. They want to be able to get off their legs, get off their butts, go lay down, and just recover for the coming races. And so that is semifinal 3, lane 3, coming through to win. That's Greenwich of Barrett and Anderson, commanding lead out front. And then for that final spot, it is lane 4's Davis and Gueth, Badger Development Camp. Lane 2, CRI. And looking for that lane 5 against lane 1. It's close. And it looks like lane 5 may have gotten it. That was O'Connor and Whitehead from Badger Development Camp. And here we are with the men's lightweight doubles for the under 23s, semifinal number 1. In lane 1, we have Niskayuna, lane 2, Y Quad Cities, lane 3, Conshohocken, lane 4, Miami, and lane 5, Great River. So it looks like lanes 4 has, nope, that's lane 3, that's Conshohocken, going out strong, getting that commanding lead out front. Not sure where lane 2 is going to be at when we get the camera back in on them. I can see the drone. There it is. Yeah, so that's a comfortable margin. Basically 600, almost 700 meters into the race. My Home Boat Club, Conshohocken Rowing Center, smoothly rowing out in front in this lightweight double. So for the lightweight doubles, not just doubles, but also the single and the quad, all these athletes, I believe, have to weigh in at 160 pounds or less. The FISA, which is the international organization, requires their average boat weight to be 155 pounds or 70 kilos, with the maximum of 72.5 kilos, which is 160 pounds. And so for this race, these athletes have probably been cutting down to get to FISA weight because that's what they thought their boat average had to be, But since World Championships were canceled, there is no trials and everything, so I believe US Rowing brought it to the 160 max weight. I do not have that confirmed as much, but I do believe that the uh, the athletes are weighing in at just below 160 for these races. And there is the cinematic silhouette shot of the day. We get that long zoom in on the boats going through. One of my favorite views is all the way down the course, just looking, seeing the straight buoy lines, seeing the straight lines of these boats. These boats a lot easier to steer because the pressure is even. You can easily keep the boat straight on these ones, whereas in that pair of races you could see everyone's bouncing back and forth. But in these ones, everyone's sitting right in the center of that buoy line or sticking to one side so that they're just comfortable and can see it all the time. But as the drone swings around, we see the Conshohocken boat way out in front, commanding lead over that Y Quad Cities double. Conshohocken dropping that rate a lot, knowing that they're able to save for the finals. And it looks like we only have 2 semifinals for the lightweight doubles, which means top 3 will be going on to the finals. So not just the top 2, so we're not going to, it's not quite as difficult to get in to those final positions. Still tough. You still got to be out there racing, and you have to be at weight, which is difficult for these guys because some of them their base weight might be something near 170, maybe 165 if they're a bit of a light boy or a light girl. So out in front, nice and easy, we have Dubiel and Rabinowitz for Conshohocken, and leading out Ramaraju and Wagner. Wagger? W-H-G-H-E-R. W-A-G-H-E-R. That's a hard one to pronounce. And so we see them dropping that rate ridiculously low, almost as if they're just on a steady state row. You'll see these kinds of moments in races like Henley. These guys will, if they're far out ahead, trying to race to get to the Sunday finals, if they're leading their crew, it might actually be considered polite to drop the rate to allow your final standings to not be 50 boat lengths of open water, but instead 2 boat lengths. So as they're coming through, you can see them probably down around like a 22 stroke rate, maybe a 20. Just a nice long pause through the finish. Rowing their croaker blades. You can always pick out croakers by the pink collars. It's just a different type of oar manufacturer in a Hudson shell, which you can see from the shark fin. Hudson, a Canadian boat maker. And then we have the Y Quad Cities coming through in second. We're looking for that third place spot. Who's going to get through to finals? Looks like it's going to be lane 5, Great River, followed by lane 2, or is it? It's hard to tell. I'm not sure if people are in their right lane. We'll see when the results come up. So it was lane 3 Miami, or lane 4 Miami. So here we are at the top again for the men's under 23 lightweight double semifinal number 2. We have in lane 1 GMS, lane 2 Sarasota, lane 3 Miami, lane 4 Vesper, lane 5 Gordon, and lane 6 Undine. And so as the boats go through, coming up to the 500-meter mark, that's that big buoy. You can see that it looks like we have lane 3 out in front. Classic, lane 3 taking the lead. That is the boat of Miami. That's Nadal and Miranda going out long and strong. Rowing an Italian manufactured boat, the Filippi, a very common choice for lightweight double men's sculling. Over you can see the yellow boat of the Empacher of Germany. That boat manufacturer's Empacher yellow is a classic among the world stage for the larger boats. You'll see them in the singles, sometimes the doubles, but not nearly as much as you will with Philippes. So as they're going through the 600-meter mark, way out in front, lane 3s, Nadal and Miranda from Miami. And there we have our drone shot. Little bit of a chevron. Looks like lane 6 is trying to move on lane 5. That's Undine over trying to move on Gordon. So reminder, the race number is, the lanes 2 and 5 are racing for the 3rd spot, and that's the spot to get into the finals. All these guys under 23 years old for the entire calendar year. If they turn 23 during the calendar year, you are no longer eligible for under 23s. So if you have a January birthday, that could be both good and bad for you, depending on if you're an early bloomer or a late bloomer. So as they go through that 1,000-meter mark, racing for that final spot, lanes 2 and 5, battling it out, Sarasota and Gordon, trying to see who's going to accompany Miami and Vesper if no tragedy happens as they go into the 3rd 500, hanging and banging, getting through the toughest part of the race where you are mentally drained from a long 1,000 meters and you still are only halfway. But those guys being able to see the entire field laid out in front of them will have some confidence. They're probably going to bring it down, lengthen it out, and relax to save some energy. And so as we see the drone swing to the left, you'll get that view that coaches love, that I love, that rowers love. You'll be able to see the side view of a rower. You'll be able to determine when you're swinging back, when your blades are getting in, if it's together. Everyone loves to see these kinds of shots. So as you see, Miami out ahead of Vesper. Probably 3 or 4 open lengths. Nice, easy, smooth finish for these Miami rowers. They've got some long strokes coming through. They're able to keep that rate nice and high without probably doing too much work getting in together. A lot of times you're going to spend hours and hours and hours on the river with your partner just dialing in the timing. Some guys have a higher front end stroke. Some people like to finish their stroke stronger, so figuring out how to move the boat together, match up that power distribution. The same thing as in a pair, you're trying to figure out side to side as well, but in this one everyone's going straight forward and backwards, so you're going to be able to figure out if you're in time by looking from the side, seeing if those blades are moving through the water at the same time, at the same angle. So as we can see from these kinds of views, it might look like Vesper's a lot closer than they are. So these kinds of races are hard to call if someone's pretty far ahead as you're zoomed in super far to see your athletes. But you can definitely tell from knowing that the drone shot showed open length, they've got that open water. As you can see, that Filippi shell with the classic blue line along the ends. Just that line of pure dominance as Miami's coming across that line way ahead. Easy, book their ticket into the final as they bring it way down. That's Miami through semifinal number 2. Followed closely in quotes, by Vesper. We'll see if they were holding on to something in the final. Hopefully they were. It'll be a great race seeing how they do against Conshohocken and Conshohocken and Y Quad Cities in the first semifinal. Just under that 7-minute mark, which means their splits were below just 145s for the whole time, which is a great, even, steady pace in a light double. I think going through, that was lane 1. Sorry, the screen jumps around on me. That was GMS. And then looks like lane 6, Undine. And so we're going to run back to another commercial. Be back in a sec. A lovely commercial from Hudson Boat Works. Maybe one day in the future they'll have a commercial with some of my footage. Who knows? But as we are lining up for the women's under 23 quad semifinal number 1, the graphic on the screen is the finish times from the semifinal 2 of the men's lightweight double. We actually have a bit of a break. The women's quads will be going up racing at 9:52. So in the meantime, take a break, get out of the sun, stretch if you're having just a race, get ready for your next races, or maybe you're already on the water. Hopefully everyone's having a great day. The heat is currently not blowing the doors off. Maybe you want to check how the Formula 1 race is going today. That's what I'm about to do. And here we have the women's under 23 quad semifinal number 1. We have a lovely shot of the start of the race. Quads, one of the fastest boats on the water. These guys are moving and grooving. These big, strong girls. Not guys. So here we have lane 1, Resilient. Lane 2, Air Ryan B. Lane 3, OKC. Lane 4, Fairmount. Lane 5, Y Quad Cities. So just as the race gets underway, they start to get into their main rhythm. You can see a lot of moving parts in these boats. These are the quads, so everyone has 2 oars. You've got 4 people in the boat. Probably one of my favorite boats to race, simply because of how fast you can make these boats get up to speed and move. You can get a jump on an 8-person boat simply because of the amount of water you can move when you're sculling. So as we are coming through about the 300 mark, people are starting to get off their starting sequence. They're starting 5, high 10, long 10, lengthen 10, all those kinds of 10s as they go into their base rhythm. Usually people like to make a move around the 500 meter mark. And so as they get closer to that 500 meter mark, people start taking a look over, seeing who their competition is, if there's any geese in the way, as they shift them over to the other lanes. And so we have our chevron appearing, lane 3 Orion. Got it. Orion. 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 Got it. I am absolutely demolishing these names. I apologize. I'll get it eventually. I've got a long day ahead of me of announcing all these super fast rowers. So here we have lane 3, or is that lane 4? It's hard to tell. I believe that is lane 3 Orion. And so as they come through that 750 meter mark, Orion out front, cruising. You can see that yellow Empaka shell with their croaker oars in bow seat, but then Concept 2 oars in the stern 3. Interesting mix and match. Looks like we'll have 3 semifinals, so that is top 2 from each semi get to head all the way in to the... No, am I totally wrong? Is that not Orion? That is OKC out front. It's a bit tough to tell with not being able to see the lanes, because sometimes there's 5 boats and they might be in lanes 1 through 5 but shifted over. I'm using these lane lines to tell which boats are which based on where the drone is, if it's on the right side. So that is lane 3 out ahead. That is OKC. And it looks like the battle for second is heating up. As the drone freezes, you get to see, there it goes. You have out in lane 5 is Y Quad Cities. So Y Quad Cities moving up on the other 2, trying to secure that final spot in the final. And so you can see with all those moving parts and quads, you can tell why these boats would move quickly, but also they are hard to master. When you get up to speed, the speed at which you are adjusting to match your teammates has to be so much faster, because the overall boat speed is so much higher. You have to get those blades in quickly and apply that power to keep that boat moving at top speed. And so, as I have been miscalling these people, this is the OKC High Performance Center from lane 3, cruising out front, easily out in front. You can kind of see Y Quad Cities in the back, just as lane 4 is going to be going through that Gaglagis, and looks like lane 2, trying to see in the glare of the screen if that is, they're fighting in for that 3rd place spot. But this is a top 2 race to see who gets to the final. So from these kinds of shots, you're able to see the squaring up timing, the timing at which every person's blades go from parallel to the water to perpendicular, getting ready to get them in. This is where you can adjust if people are skying their blades. Skying is, when you start waving to the crowd, when you start getting that blade up in the air, not close to the water, wasting time in the air, you'll be able to tell who in your crew needs to work on their handle heights, getting it in fast, quick, making sure that the blades are all connecting in together so that you can apply all your power together. And as they start coming up through that 250 to go mark, we're 6.5 minutes into the race. These boats will be fairly fast overall, but if they're not being pushed, it's very easy for them to call it down. Lots of times, 2-seat, which is the person second to cross the finish line, second from the back, they might be the ones to make the calls. or possibly steer. But usually that goes all the way to bow seat's responsibilities. Bow seat can tend to be the smaller person in the crew. It's where I personally tended to sit a lot of the times. But as you can see, they're winding it up just a bit to get through the line. As they cross the line, just over 7 minutes, easily getting through to the finals. That's OKC. And then coming through from lane 5, we have the Y Quad Cities. And then lane 2, Orion B. And it looks like lane 4 going across there. That's Fairmount. So as they go across the line, everyone lets it run. The boat flies out about 20 meters, 30 meters, depending on how fast that boat's going. And in some places, you have to stop the boat right away. And here we go for the women's under 23 quad semifinal number 2. In lane 1, we have Potomac. Lane 2, Sarasota. Lane 3, Orion. Lane 4, Green Racing Project. And lane 5, Cambridge. So as they're crossing that 600 meter mark, 700 meter mark, right out in front, it looks like we have lane 4 from Green Racing Project. About a boat length lead, maybe still touching, maybe connected as we get the camera pans, just connected with lane 3. That's Orion, stroked by Edwards. That's about as much information as I can give you on that crew. And so as they're going out, the women's quads in the second semi, I was told during the break that through qualification, lane 3 in the first heat did qualify in the top of the standings for the time trials, and then lane 3 in the second heat qualified second, so it snakes that way. So as they go through that 1,000 meter mark, we have, I believe it's still Orion out. No, Green Racing Project followed closely by Orion. And there's our drone shot. Right over top, you'll be able to see the synchronicity of all these crews. Again, top 2 go on to the final. We have 3 semifinals, each with 5 boats in them. Oh, nope, the third semi has 4 in them. So as all these races are coming down, moving closer, some of these people might be in singles and doubles. But as they race in quads, the boat gets lighter, but you have to kind of shift your mentality in order to be able to make it move. In order to get that boat up to full speed. Oop, you saw a bit of a wobble there from lane 1 of Potomac. So as you, or maybe it was Potomac, it might have been lane 2. Hard to tell from this angle. As you get those boats up to speed, the quickness that you need in order to get that power applied in through the handle and pushing back needs to jump up a bit, because singles, slow, slogging through the water. If you can get that high rate and up, then you can kind of move it, fly around with it. But as you get the boats larger and larger, you have way more power in order to apply them and get their speed up. And so that's why everyone likes being in the big boats, is because getting that speed up takes a couple strokes, but once you're at speed, it's like you're flying over across the water. And for quads, because you're not leaning out to a side, you're actually leaning straight forward, trying to get that length up the front. The boat's moving so fast, the water's moving so fast underneath you, it quite literally might sound like you are flying across the water. And so as the camera pans over to the side, we see the Green Racing Project racing Orion. Green Racing just out of frame. There it is. You can see the ref's launches following closely behind them, possibly waking out the crews behind them, but that's just how racing goes, because you got to stay with the top crews, see, make sure that it's an even race all the way down the course. So when you take a look at the blades here, you can see they all kind of flip up at the same time, and then smack right into the water so that you can get that catch timing together. You spend a lot of time making sure nobody's hanging up at the catch, making sure that the blade's going right in when you're ready to get it in. You square it up and then put it in, instead of squaring the blade into the water, which is when you kind of roll it in and put the blade in at the same time. That is considered less efficient by some crews. Some crews actually like to do it. I know the Columbia lightweights like to do that, but slipping the blade in, getting the quad out, getting it out. Another Hudson with Concept 2 oars, a classic you'll see for quads nowadays, along with the Philippes and Empakers of the worlds. So that is the Green Racing Project with a commanding lead through to win their semifinal 2, followed by about a length and change from Orion. Bit of a lull here as those two quads definitely have some experience in them, some power, getting far out, and we're going right into the semifinal 3 of the women's under 23 quads. You have lane 2 Conshohocken, lane 3 Row West Racing Camp, lane 4 Vesper, and lane 5 Prince William. So as we reconnect on the camera, hopefully soon, we'll be seeing, I believe out front was Row West Rowing Camp, not too sure. It's a bit of a tough one. You can see, it looks like Conshohocken's kind of aimed the wrong way on the course. They're going to rejigger their racing line, get back. There they go. And there we go. We get some top view. We might be having a bit of technical difficulties as the day ramps up. More people are getting online. More people are causing slowness, and the computer heats up. So we're going to try and continue to give you the best coverage we possibly can. And so I can't tell, but it looks like that's lane 4 out ahead. Lane 4, we have the Vesper quad leading what looks like Row West Racing Camp. Not sure where Prince William is at, if they're in there, but the there it is. Okay, so we have Vesper and Row Racing Camp in frame. Out back, you can see the Prince William boat. Definitely a little bit off the pace on this one. I know Vesper is you could quote unquote say a sculling powerhouse of the boathouse row. Them and Pen AC are constantly battling for that. Undine's always in there. That was my boat club in high school, so I'm very well aware of all the people that like to go through these camps and programs in order to bring their racing up to a higher level. Sculling is a great way to increase your fitness and also increase your boat awareness. And so spending an entire summer in a single, double, maybe a quad will actually do you pretty well when you switch over to sweeping if you're still racing in college. I believe in 2015 we had the Head of the Charles men's sculling 8 and sweep 8, the grade 8s for the 50th Head of the Charles, racing each other, and I believe the scullers actually did take the title by 3 seconds over the sweepers. So it just goes to show, just because they're sculling doesn't mean they don't know how to sweep. So it's definitely a good thing to be able to learn to scull. It's sometimes tougher to go from sweeping to sculling, but being able to go from scull to sweep, you kind of just have to learn, oh, I can only use one side of my brain now. I crack myself up. Anyways, we can see Vesper here. Looks like they have a commanding lead. Doesn't seem like anyone's going to be challenging them for a spot in the final. Again, top 2 go to final. Not sure where any of the other boats might be at behind them, but hopefully we have a cracking race for the final tomorrow in the women's quads. We love a good quads race. So many moving parts. It's like an eights race, just a little bit quieter because you don't have the blaring coxswains. So you get a lot of sounds from the blades and the bowman calling out 1 or 2 words every so often. And there it is, lane 3 coming home with the second qualifying spot. That's Row West Racing Camp. Coming home in third, Conshohocken. And fifth should be Prince William coming up soon. And we will now go, I believe we'll be hearing a word from our sponsors. And here we go, coming up on the men's under 23 semifinal number 1 for the men's 8. This we will have lane 1, Sarasota B, lane 2, Orion, lane 3, Mendota, who I believe you can see in the screen right now, lane 4, TBC Racing, and lane 5, CRI. As they're lining up for the boats, I believe we have 7-minute centers, which means races start every 7 minutes, which is why some races we're getting to them about 1,000 meters, 750 meters into them, because we're sticking with the finishing boats of the previous race. So it looks like this race might be just starting at 10:13, so we have about 2 minutes. Lovely drone shot coming up to the boat. You can see Philly in the background. As you see, the 8s, super long boats, about 60 feet. Trailering those things when they don't break apart. Some 8s do break apart. They, are sitting out the back of a trailer. So I've driven a few of those trailers. It can be nerve-wracking having to drive those things around corners after you have to park for gas. So getting those things on and off the trailer takes a skill in of itself. So when we are teaching novices how to row, a lot of times we'll teach them in an 8 so we can get as many kids on the water as possible at once. But man, those boats, while they only weigh sometimes 200 pounds, they're less than half an inch thick, sometimes a few millimeters. And that kind of thickness is not very supportive for when a novice likes to step down into the bottom of a boat. So these guys learning how to row these 8s, probably where they started when they first picked up an oar. And now racing here at the Flatwater Summer National Championship here at U.S. Rowing on the Cooper River. So as they're lining up, you can see all the blades prepped, ready to go. The drone sweeps over. This gets me hyped for the Olympic regatta beginning soon. Arms are up. They're getting their point. When a coxswain's arm up, usually it means they won't call the race. Sitting ready. Everyone's got alignment. Minor adjustments. Slight minor adjustment from lane 2. You can see they're tapping it around. They have to make sure that the boat's going to go straight. Lane 3 lays in her hand, taking a slight stroke, realigning. You can see them drifting slightly. But everyone's sitting ready, up at the catch, blades buried. Lights out, and away we go. We have Mendota taking some hard, fast, high strokes, taking about a couple feet length over. Who's that? Who's that in lane one? We have Sarasota B. It's even across, four across. Great pictures here. I believe this is Brent flying this drone, absolutely killing it with these angles. We did have a bit of a delay between races, so we were able to get the drone up to the front so that we could see such a start. This is getting me super pumped to watch our men's 8 race in the Olympics and our women's 8 absolutely dominate everyone. You can see lane 2 slightly drifting out. They're going to have to correct if they don't want to get too close. Oh, it's a close one. They're right up against the lane markers. There they go, adjusted. Here we go. 4 across, slightly backing off on lanes 1 and 2, switching to the boathouse camera. We could see lane 3, Mendota cruising out ahead, still on a high stroke rate. As they're going to come across the broadcast tent, you'll be able to hear them. You probably won't be able to hear them until you get to the finish line if you're there listening to my wonderful voice slowly get more raspy. But as the 8s are cruising to that 500-meter mark, this will be one of the big fast events of the regatta, the men's under 23 8s. Looks like a great race for second and a great race for third. There are 2 semifinals for the men's 8, which means top 3 will advance to finals. Getting top 3 is a ticket to tomorrow. More racing. Most of these guys probably doubled up in 4s. Zoomed in, you can see the coxswains sitting at the end of the boat, calling, commanding, telling their guys what to do. Stroke seat looking dead into his eyes, determined, ready to take on racing. They're bringing their stroke rate probably around a 35, 36, maybe 37. I'm going to need to get a stroke rate counter that's not just an app on my phone. And as we go through the 750 meter mark, it is Mendota ahead, followed by lane 4 TBC Racing, and then I believe that's CRI on the end, racing TBC for that second place spot. Lovely leading drone shot. I think lane 2 might be having a bit of an issue with power application as they're sliding back and forth along the lane. But as they go across that 1,000-meter mark, it is Mendota with a commanding length lead. Hard to get in an 8 hard to get back on in an 8. So once you get that length and you break connection, it's really just a slog to try and get connected back in and then possibly row through. We do see it in dual racing, match racing, like at Henley, or some races over in Ireland, which I've participated in myself. Those races are some of the best around, but when you can line up 6, 5, 6, 8s across, you get that super start sound of all the blades crunching into the water and just slipping out, trying to haul the boat up to speed. You get the absolute adrenaline rush of an 8. One of my favorite moments is just sitting in bow seat of a senior 8 over in Ireland. I had a GoPro on my head, and it is one of my favorite videos to watch while I'm erging, because it just makes me remember the days when I used to be able to sit in back of a boat and just set it up for the big boys in front, because all these guys would be considered big boys. So as we have Mendota cruising out front, commanding lead just over TBC Racing, it looks like TBC and CRI are slowly inching ahead of Arian and Sarasota B. So as we're looking for those top 3 to get to the finals, we are definitely going to have a fun one in the next one. And so as you can see, those blades, sometimes they were skipping across the water. And it's not the worst thing. There's a lot of moving parts in the 8. But if you can keep all 8 blades off the water, catch together, it is probably one of the most fun boats to race in, especially when you're best friends with all the guys in your own boat, the guys and gals in your own boat. I know that the top 8s in colleges are essentially national team training camps nowadays, as international rowers come over to train with the best of the best in our universities here in the US. But as we zoom in for the last 250 of the first semi of the men's 8, you can see Mendota easily taking it on. They haven't stretched out their lead any more than they've needed to. No spinning up the hands, getting it through. Going across the line, just over 6 minutes. TBC Racing, CRI. Oh, and then we have lane, I believe that was lane 1 of Sarasota B trying to challenge for that last spot. I think they just got nipped in it. We'll see as the times come up on the screen. It is Mendota, TBC, and and then we have the start for the men's under 23 semifinal number 2. So in lane 1 we have Litchfield Hills Composite, lane 2 PNRA Mercer, lane 3 Greenwich, lane 4 Mendota B, lane 5 Sarasota, lane 6 Cambridge. And in that previous race, CRI did take that final spot. So as we see this lovely 6 across drone shot of the men's 8s, we can see out in front just by a hair, it is lane 3 Greenwich. But PNRA Mercer do have maybe the better of them. It's going to be a tough one to see as they go by. Might be neck and neck all the way down. But remember, these 3 boats that have maybe 3/4 of a boat length have the better shot of getting through to the finals. I believe in the last 5 Olympic men's 8s, the boat that got to the 500 first did go on to win. So it is hard to change speeds in an 8. But when it happens, it is a fun sight to see. And it's fun to be in those kinds of boats too. And there it is, starting to separate out just a bit. We have Greenwich lane 3, PNRA Mercer lane 2, and Mendota B in lane 4 out ahead. So those would be your 3 qualifying spots if the race were to end right here. But of course, they're getting into the hard part. The middle 500, the 750 to 1250. You can hear the coxswains from here just screaming, getting their blades to get their blades in, to get the power up, to just lengthen out. And in the practice area, we have one of the team's women's boats cheering on the leading boat. Greenwich going for that win, coming up through about 750 from where I'm sitting. Looking across, I just see PNRA Mercer and Mendota locked in a battle for second. And then for third and fourth is lanes 4-1, then 5-1, then 6. So that is Sarasota, Litchfield, and Cambridge. Going through the 1,000-meter mark, just under the 3-minute barrier of that 1:30 split that you would see on a rowing machine. These guys hanging and banging all together. You can see the blades synced up fairly well. Can see 3-seat getting a little bit later of a square with that flip catch. Classic 3-seat. But actually that boat is looking like it'll be a great race with Mendota from the previous race. So as we're going through the second half of this race, you see the geese going across. They're not going to get any mercy from these eights. Slowly figuring out they can hug the lane lines and have to, fly away when they turn around after leaving a lane line into another boat's lane line. And so as we see this drone shot tracking the chevron, it is a great spot to be. When you're out in front, you can see the entire race developing behind you. You know that you'll be able to mentally save some energy for the upcoming races. Or if you're leading, you might be able to just spend your final just enjoying rowing. Sometimes when you're in a deep battle, it's not fun. You're hurting. But when you see this chevron, which is the V shape that you see behind you, being out in lane 3 or 4, that view is probably one of the best views you could have. Coxswains don't get to look at it, so the stroke seat gets to, peek around left and right, even though they're not supposed to. No one's supposed to be looking out of the boat when you have a coxswain in your race. We'd see these boats basically looks like they're lined up across as we are looking down the course from the finish line. So one of those interesting things to note about the different types of boats that these crews are racing and the types of oars, you can see the Concept 2, I believe that's, I forget, it's just the flat edge. It's not the Fat 2s, which have the big round bulbous end that you can see on the Mendota boat. Those are usually what international crews tend to row, because people tend to like getting in the water with them a little bit better. But crews like Oxford Brooks over in UK use the Fat 2s, so the other way is fast as well. So figuring out what works for each boat, as this boat from Greenwich has figured out what works for them as they go across the line just over 6 minutes, basically even with the Mendota boat from before. Second place, Mendota B. Third place, PNRA Mercer, followed closely behind by Sarasota. And then coming through the end, we have lane 6, Cambridge. And then lane 1, Litchfield Hills Composite. So that was the men's eights. Now on to the women's eights. We have lane 1, Ready Set Row. Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, Row West Racing Camp. Lane 4, TBC Racing. And lane 5, Ready Set Row C. So Ready Set Row apparently has 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 boats. Yep, 4 boats, because they have a D boat in these semifinals. So you can see them through the long lens, looking over to the start, adjusting their course. It's probably getting a little bit windy up at the front, so coxswain's needing to adjust. Flag is up, and they're away. Start 5, high 5, high 10, lengthen 10, long 10, all those kinds of 10s. Coxswain's going to be blaring in it. Coxswains, they all have a microphone attached to their head that attaches to speakers within the boat. So if you look at old rowing photos, you'll see sometimes they have a megaphone basically strapped to their face. Technology has moved on to the point where we are able to have speakers in a boat that are waterproof. You love to see it, and you love to hear it. Getting a good coxswain recording can change your life when you're erging or on the water. Having the coxswain, while they're not physically moving the boat, they are mentally moving the boat. Some of the most important people in the boat, right behind Stroke and Seven, who are setting the rhythm. Not behind, with. probably ahead. 1 minute into the race, settling into their rhythm. Just over 250's gone. And that looks like lane 5 with the green blades. Nope, that's lane 4 with the green blades. Looks like TBC Racing. And to their right is Row Rest Racing Camp. So Row Rest out ahead, about a boat length, coming up on that 500 soon. They'll be cruising through at this rate. If you can get that much length in the start, it is sometimes impossible to give up that kind of lead. It has been done. It definitely has been done. But when you are so far out ahead of 500, it is very, very easy to just lock in and send and not have to mentally worry about if you have to ramp up your speed in order to get into a spot to get to the final. Man, I wish I had a mic on that drone. Instead of hearing the whirring, you would hear these coxswains just commanding their crews through their race plan. So out ahead, that is Row West. And then fighting for that second place, that is CRI and TBC. There are 3 semifinals for the women's eights, which means top 2 go to finals. So that race for second is the actual race you should be watching. That is going to decide who gets that race tomorrow and who's going to fight for those medals. Coxswains looking over at each other left and right, seeing where their competition's at, calling for them to get to the next rower. Looks like they're stroke for stroke right now. But man, look at Row West just so far out ahead. They qualified top of the timing charts. And you can see why. No wasted movement. Blades all squaring together. You can see that flicker with the white of their blades come up at the same time. Kind of looks like we have lane 2 just inching ahead. That's CRI. And as they're well over into the third 500, when you're racing in this third 500, you've really got to turn off that brain, listen to the cox, and just become the engine in the boat. In order to keep that boat afloat, gotta stay on that training that you've been doing for years, months, with these teammates of yours. So as the drone swings, you can look to the left, seeing the looks like CRI is taking a bit more of a length out, maybe trying to catch up to the boat of Row West. Might not need to. Row West, it looks like they're just gonna stay in command all the way up front. No issues. There we get that long shot down the course. Looks like they're about to go over the 500 to go mark. You can kind of see where those red buoys change. As those red buoys change, the rowers, sometimes they can't see. Sometimes they are tunnel vision, and the cox can call out where they are in the course. They'll do that all the time, say that we're at the 650, 700 to go mark, and they'll just count down strokes. Sometimes they lie. Sometimes they say there's 10 strokes left, and it's actually 30. But you're not really doing too much thinking, and if you're doing too much thinking, you might not be pulling hard enough. So as these boats are coming through, you can start to compare the different types of boats, the types of oars, see how they square up and get them in together. Yeah, it looks like these athletes are rowing those big fat blades, catch all the water at the front, lift that boat out of the water, get it moving through, and then try not to have it sink down at the finish. Staying tall, staying long. It's going to help them race against their competition in the final, as they have definitely securely booked their ticket, no questions asked. Coxswain leaning forward, locked in, using that steering cable to make sure they have their boat straight and true down the course, not add any extra. And there they go across that line, just under 7 minutes. And then it is lane 2, CRI, booking that ticket to the final tomorrow. And there goes lane 5. Ready? Nope. Yeah. I believe that was lane 4 or 5. It's hard to catch them and remember what lanes are which. But you can see as the times pop up on the screen. And so here we are with the women's under 23 8 semifinal number 2. In lane 1, we have Pionere Mercer. Lane 2, GMS. Lane 3, Ready Set Row. Lane 4, Ready Set Row B. And lane 5, Cambridge. And as they pass the commentator's booth here at the 750 meter mark, lane 3 out ahead, about still touching with looks like that's lane 4. Nope, that is lane 5 across. So out ahead we have Ready Set Row A in contact with Cambridge, who's in lane 5, and it looks like Ready Set Row B is going to need to kick it up in the third 500 in order to get through to the finals. Let's see, going through the 1,000 meter mark into the burning ditch that is the 300 or third 500. Bit of a lag there on the stream, getting a bit windy here, causing connections to drop a bit. We'll try and secure them. But wow, look at it. Cambridge trying to take on the might of Ready Set Row in lane 3. And there it is, that drone shot as it sweeps to the right, looks to the left, very cinematic feeling. We are going to try and see if we can get a good look at who is actually leading the race out front. Looks like Cambridge is come to play. But as you can see, a lane 5 out on the edge, leading a lane 4. That is a not unusual sight to see, but you don't see it quite as much. And it looks like Cambridge is ahead by a few seats. Bow seats would be looking out over at each other, seeing where they are on the boat of the person ahead, realizing where they're at. Maybe they want to save, maybe they don't, maybe they want to pick it up. They're both looking like they're going to punch their ticket to finals tomorrow. So depends on what the coxswains are wanting to do with this race. Coxswains are the brain of the boat. The rowers are the engine, the limbs, the ones that they make move. So if you can get your engine tuned up, timed right, you're going to go fast. But only as long as your coxswain can steer you to victory. And so as we get a nice shot of the two different Ready Set Row crews, looks like it's A and B. Sometimes they are actually the top crew and then the second crew, but other times it might just be all jumbled around. This might look like their A crew, their top crew, their 1B. So as the camera swings to the left, possibly zooms out to see where that Cambridge boat might be. Coxon, I can see checking to the right, just getting a bit of a grip on where exactly that you could call it an enemy boat is. The Cambridge boat, where would they be if they're far up, if they want to race them? They're going to make these decisions coming into the last 100. Do they spin it up? Do they try and race? Do they try and practice their racing plan? Or are they just going to comfortably get through the finals and save it for tomorrow? Currently it looks like Cambridge took about a full length. Nope, 3/4 of a length over. Oh, half? Yeah, okay, so about half a length. And celebrating. They are through to finals. Interesting. That'll be a fun race to watch. We have Cambridge going through at 6:46 ahead of the ready set row at 6:48. So about 2 seconds, 3 seconds of difference between these boats is connected. The boats are connected across each other, and as you saw, that was lane 2 of GMS going through. And then I believe Pierre Mercer might be coming through, but I'm not 100% sure. There they are. Pierre Mercer coming through the line. And we are into the start of the women's third semifinal for the women's under 23-8. In lane 1, well actually, in lane 2, we have Badger Development Camp. Lane 3, Greenwich B. In lane 4, Greenwich. And lane 5, PCRA. So as they are going through the first 500 meters of the race, as I have said a few times before, the adrenaline has left and the lactic has entered. We have 4 boats across. Looks like the lane 4 just pipping ahead of lane 3. So that's the two Greenwich, I believe the two Greenwich crews racing each other. So that's Greenwich A over Greenwich B. And as they come through the 600 meter mark, we are looking for the top 2 to go through to the finals. And it does look like it'll be, at this stage of the race, the 2 Greenwich boats. But who knows what is in store for the last 12:50 of the race. We have the Greenwich B, just a bit of open water on the Badger Development Camp boat in lane 2, who is a couple seats over lane, I believe that's 5. Yes, that's 5 PCRA. So as they cross into the second 1,000, 4 boats, 2 through to the final. Top 2 currently your Greenwich boats. And someone has texted me saying, congrats on finally saying Greenwich correctly. Thank you. And our drone has resupplied themselves with a new battery. They're up. We're getting some more shots of the women's 8s from above. One of the best places to watch an 8. Seeing these things look like they're millipedes, centipedes, walking along the land, just, well, not land, we're in water. So just cruising along the water, driving through. Clearly these Greenwich boats have raced each other a few times in the past couple of weeks, as the Cox is looking over her left shoulder, seeing where the competition is, seeing if they need to continue pushing, or if anybody's going to come up and startle them across the line. And as we have the drone pull back and we kind of see the two Greenwich boats, if anyone there is watching the racing or has completed their racing, is interested in volunteering, they should go to the U.S. volunteering tent, and at the vendor village there's free U.S. rowing swag and fruit smoothies for you. We're also looking for some launch drivers and stake boat holders. This would be starting at 12:30. So if you are done racing and you would be able to help out, please do. Getting volunteers rotated throughout the day on these courses to get racing happening as smoothly as possible is vital. So please, if anybody would volunteer their time, it would be eternally grateful for your help. And again, some free swag and smoothies. So we get a long shot here of the Greenwich A boat. You can see how sharp they are coming out of the water. That nice flick of the wrist, down and out. I'd be very interested to see how they stack up against that Cambridge and Row West Racing Camp boat from the previous heats or semifinals. So as we see them speedily come up to the line, looking like they're run through a bit of a race plan, seeing if they can pump it up towards the last few hundred meters, way across the line in 7 minutes. We have Greenwich A, followed by about an open length to Greenwich B. Then following through in lane 2, the boat from Badger Development Camp. So again, if you are able to volunteer some time to help out running this regatta, we would be eternally grateful. Again, free US rowing swag and fruit smoothies for you. US rowing volunteer tent in the Vendor Village. And here we go with the men's under 23 Coxed 4 semifinal number 1. In lane 1, we have Mendota B. Lane 2, Cascadia. Lane 3, Mendota A. TVC Racing in lane 4. And in lane 5, DeMatha. So there are 3 semifinals for this event. We have the top 2 going through these boats, a bit heavier to row, still with the coxswain, so the rowers don't have to worry too much about steering. Coxswains will be able to sit in the bow of the boat, where you can see their little head popping up out of the end, looking over top of the splash guard. You can get a good shot seeing the Mendota boat out in front. And so as we have the chevron forming, the top 2 advance. So Mendota currently going through that 500 meter mark, just past it now actually. They are looking like they're going to command this one fairly early on. And then over in lane 4, the boat from TBC Racing might have to contend with looks like the Cascadia boat in lane 2 if they decide to ramp it up. Hopefully they decide to, because there's only 2 spots. So they've got to really do some grunt work here, try and catch back up. They might have lost contact, they might not have, but Mendota out front, broken the contact to the next boats behind. They're going to be able to hold this. It looks like they're looking strong, they're looking tall. Then lane 4 and 2 fighting for that last spot. They look like they might be connected pretty close. Get a good shot of that Mendota A boat up ahead. It does say here a name, Brody, E. I can't remember if that's the cox seat or if that's the stroke seat. So, good on you, Brody. Looks like the Cascadia boat in lane 2 is slowly drifting back a little bit more and more. They probably sent it in the first 500 to stay even, started dying in the second 500, and now they're in the third. It is a long slog through to the final from this spot. And so one of those things you can see on the left side of your screen is a bucket. A bucket is when 2 rowers in sweep boats, which is what these are right next to each other. So you have a starboard, you can see on our right side there, a starboard, a port, and then a starboard. And earlier in the week, we had a commentator talk about how it's named a bucket because if you were to look from above and trace the line, it looks like a bucket. I don't know if that's the origin. I'm going to go with it. But a bucket racing boat sometimes could be considered to have better physics to stop the boat from bending as much in certain areas, and some consider it to be faster. But a lot of times it's a way to get 2 people on the same side who need to row together a little bit more often, maybe work on their timing. Sometimes coaches will put together a bucket boat. That could happen in an 8, could happen in a 4. It would be hilarious if it happened in a pair. That would be a very fun circle race to watch. But as we have the drone head back up to the start, we get the finish line camera. Here looking across, you can see the Mendota commanding lead, as you might expect from a lane 3 boat. Followed relatively closely by TBC Racing. Looks like those 2 will be our top 2, unless Cascadia has found a second gear in lane 2 and is zooming up on the other side where we can't see him in the camera. And so as you can see, little head popping out of the bow of that boat on each of them. That is the coxswain. They've got the microphone just like the cox date, connected to some speakers in the boat, thankfully waterproof. And they have a rudder steering mechanism. Sometimes it's a stick that's in front of them. Sometimes it is like on a plane, a jet engine, when you push it forward and backwards. So as we see them coming up to the line, lane 3, Mendota controlling the race from the onset, going through in 6:43, solid time with no push, followed by the followed by the TBC Racing boat. And as everyone crosses the line, we fly back up for the men's under 23 Coxed 4 semifinal number 2. So here we have in lane 1, Vesper. In lane 2, Riverfront Recapture. Lane 3, Greenwich. Lane 4, Buffalo Scholastic. And lane 5, Oars of Rhode Island, RI. I believe that's Rhode Island. You can see them lining up, backing up onto the stake boats. Again, I'll ask another call for volunteers if they would generously give us their time and help get this regatta running smoothly. Stake boat holders, launch drivers, they would be starting at 12:30. There's a lot of people that hold these boats throughout the day, and they can't be there for the entire 11 hours. You know, they would need a lot of sunscreen for that. Luckily, I'm in a tent, not needing to put on sunscreen. So that is going to the U.S. Rowing volunteer tent at the vendor village if you are here racing. Not just racing, but spectating. There we go. And so as the wind starts to pick up just a little bit, starting to blow around here in the tent, we can see people starting to adjust their course a little bit more often, getting blown off the course that they've set themselves just a bit, so the coxswains might raise their hand to halt the start. And they're off. Semifinal 2 of the men's Coxed 4. You can see that lane 5's got a bucket that I was talking about earlier. But here we go, lane 1. Nope, sorry, that's lane 3. I'm having trouble counting. Lane 3 Greenwich getting about a couple feet length over the lanes of Riverfront and Buffalo Scholastic to the left and right. And it looks like they might be getting caught just a bit, so as they go through their starting sequence, the start 5, high 10, hard 10, lengthen 10, settle 10, all these different types of 10s, getting them into their racing rhythm. The long shot over the trees, you can see the geese getting in the way as usual. But you can see the rate is still high, slowly settling down. And it looks like that Greenwich boat still has a bit of an edge, but that Buffalo Scholastic and Riverfront Recapture are tight on them. And there they're going stroke for stroke. 3 boats across. Again, this is semifinal 2 of 3, which means 3 can go in, but only 2 can make it to the finals. This is going to be a barn burner if they can keep this up all the way through. So we're getting a good view of the technique from the Greenwich boat compared with the bucketed boat of Buffalo Scholastic. As they come by the broadcasting tent, we can hear them blaring through the speakers, getting their boys over and up through the water. Nice high stroke rate, close to a 36, 37 up front. And it's a good race for second. So the Greenwich boat taking a bit of a length on the Buffalo Scholastic, who's got a bit of a advantage over the Riverfront Recapture. And then trailing behind, racing each other, is the Vesper and Oars of Rhode Island boats. And so as the boats go down behind the trees, the sun is rising, so we're not getting, in as we did in those morning, those super nice silhouette shots. But the show goes on. Golden hour has passed, but golden hour for racing is the entire day. So as the wind kicks up, the times will slowly get a bit faster for each event. If there is multiple fours, multiple quads, singles, doubles, pairs, but it will get a little bit choppier, so that could cause them to go a bit slower. So tons of different conditions that you would have to race in. We are looking at getting some storms in on the back end of racing today, so hopefully the storms hold off and we can get all of the semifinals done for some great racing tomorrow. I do believe our drone is getting the battery changed, which is why we have not had an over the top shot for this race. At the back end here, we did have it at the beginning. And there they go through into the final 500 meters. During this last 500, it is everything you can give if you're in a final. But with such a lead as the boat from Greenwich has, a lot of times you'll just keep saving. The Cox, if they can look to their left and right and look behind them, it's a little bit tougher when they're in the bow of the boat, which is the part that crosses the line first. They don't get a really great view. I am personally small enough that I could fit in the bow of one. It's a really fun place to be, but man, you really do not get to see anything. All you really can do is just rely on your steering and then just feeling how the rowers are moving the boat and relying on what the coach is telling you to tell them during the race. Whereas in an 8, you can look out to the left and right, see how the boat is responding to your different calls. Being in the bow is a lot more of a mental game. Greenwich looking pretty clean with those catches. I believe they qualified second overall, which is why they're in lane 3 of semifinal 2. And so their catches, getting in together, getting that good length. And it doesn't look like they're going to be giving up too much space as they seem to be going through a bit of a power phase towards the line. It's kind of a natural instinct to just want to end the race as soon as you can. So that is the Greenwich boat across the line first, followed by Buffalo Scholastic. And then is that Riverfront Recapture in third. So those are your 2 to the finals. And then finishing off Vesper across the line. Here we have the men's under 23 Cox 4 semifinal number 3. In lane 1, Cambridge. Lane 2, Virginia Rowing Association, RA. Lane 3, Seattle area. Lane 4, Dallas United. Lane 5, South Jersey. And lane 6, Morristown High School Rowing. It'd be a very interesting take if that is indeed the Morristown High School junior team. Sometimes the boathouse is just named of the closest uh, place that you can row and whoever owns the boathouse. So they might be high school students, they might be college students that are just back and alumni for this race, training out of their boathouse during the summer. So as they line up, it seems like we may have had a bit of a freeze on the camera. There it is. Okay. We are started a minute and 10 seconds in now, as we can see lane 4 and 3 looks like they're taking it out. Maybe 5. It's hard to tell from these angles where exactly everyone is, figuring out which buoys line up across with which buoys, or if they're able to be lined up across at all. So you have the neon of lane 3, Seattle area, a classic for them. And it looks like Dallas United is competing with them for the front. As the drone comes in, it does confirm with Seattle area just about a not even half a length, a bow deck ahead of the Dallas United crew. Again, Dallas United rocking the bucket and the bucket hat. You love to see it. That's what we call free speed right there, gentlemen. Lovely shots from the drone. Looking at the glare on the monitor, it looks like we've got all 5 boats in shot. Lanes 1 and 5 a bit off the pace. Looks like lane, or is that 6? Hard to tell. Yeah, 6 off the pace. Lane 5 gonna see if they can regroup and take on Dallas United, who look to be going just about half a length down on the Seattle area boat. We got everyone along the edge cheering them on. A lovely day out here in Camden. And as I can confirm, Virginia Rowing Association does have the University of Virginia men's rowing unisuits on. So I was correct. Yes. High five me. Anyways, here we are up at the front, Seattle area, leading the charge. Just about a length over Dallas United. Dallas United looking like they can possibly keep up, challenge this, but it looks like yep, there it goes. The Seattle looks like they've just broken contact. Getting contact back is a difficult thing to do in the third 500. But it looks like those two will be comfortably ahead through to the finals tomorrow. So as we enjoy these lovely shots, kids in the future will be looking back on their race to see how they rode, seeing if the commentator said anything funny about them. We've just got some backward hats, Jerry's, there in 4 and 2 seat of the Seattle area boat. But as they are progressing through to the coming up soon to the 500 to go mark, they will be feeling pretty good about themselves, I would imagine. Being up ahead, definite, almost guaranteed spot if they do not catch a crab and stop the boat dead in its tracks and get caught up by the other boats. These kinds of moments when you're sitting up ahead, pretty commanding lead, you'll be able to take a moment to relax, think about what you want to do for the future race, maybe test a sprint, but in these moments, it's a bit of an ask for the other teams to try and fight for these spots. That's why you can't start every race thinking that you're going to be even. You got to go after the first 750, 1,000 meters to figure out where your competition will lie, and then you might be able to bring it down. Save some energy for those finals, especially if you have multiple of them. And so as we come into the last 250, Seattle area, sitting up tall, nice strong catches and finishes, not too much vertical movement on the boat. You love to see some nice smooth rowing. Very crisp on that finish. Direct with the hands out. I'm Myron. And there it is, across the line, round about 645 to 650 range, followed by the boat of Dallas United. And according to the unofficial times, it was a 15-minute race. And there goes across the line, lane 5, the South Jersey. And so as we are waiting for the final boats to cross the line, there goes the boat of trying to catch it, looked like lane 1, Cambridge. As these boats finish up and we shift to the next semifinal for the women's Cox 4, we'll take a short break from here, have a word from our sponsors. Hopefully you were able to see that great footage from the women's national team. But as we go into the women's under 23 Cox 4 semifinal number 1, we have Morristown High School rowing in lane 1, lane 2 Vesper, lane 3 Ready Set Row, lane 4 Morristown High School rowing B, and lane 5 TVC Racing B. So there will be 3 semifinals. Top 2 go to finals. It does appear that TBC Racing B did scratch, which is why we do not see a boat in lane 5. So half of this field's going to finals. Half of this field will be done racing in the fours after this race. And so as they pass the broadcasting tent, we have lane 3, Ready Set Row, out ahead about a length over of lane 4, the Morristown High School Rowing B. But it looks like there's a possible challenge from Vesper in lane 2 as they kick it up, needing to get that next middle 500. The 750 to 1250 is probably one of the most grueling places in the world to be, I can imagine, at this moment, as you need to just kick it up higher and higher and higher in order to race those who already have clear water on you. So as they go through the 1,000, just under the 4-minute mark, we have the lead from lane 3, Ready Set Row. It does look like Morristown High School Rowing B is giving them a bit of a run for their money, although those two will not need to fight it out in the last 500 if it continues at this pace. You can see Morristown rocking the bucket, of course, free speed, compared to the conventional port starboard setup of most boats, sweep boats that is. And this is a great panoramic shot of the course, the long 2,000 meter, almost perfect stretch of racing river here in Cooper River. I have raced on this once or twice in college, but once or twice in high school. So some good, some bad memories. It does get a little bit empty sometimes in the middle 500 because everyone is waiting to see what happens in the last 500, so they all bunch towards the finish line. And so as the drone gets that side profile of the boats, everyone's going to be looking back at this, at least I would be constantly looking to see if my technique was what I thought it looked like felt from inside, looked like it did from the outside. So as they catch those blades in together, you can see a bit of a delay from ports to starboard sometimes. That's, common when there's a slight change in the rudder from the coxswain. It shifts the boat balance. But as they sink back in and spend so much time in these boats together, just hundreds and hundreds of kilometers every couple weeks, they are drilling in that timing, drilling in that feeling of what it takes to balance the boat. And it looks like we have two identical types of boats racing each other right now. I believe those are Resolutes. I can see that Z on the side. This might be a Vespoli closest to us. It's a bit hard to tell when they're darker colored. They all kind of have the same type of rigger shapes, but no, it just looks like they called that JP. These might be Vespolis, which are American brand. You can see the coxswain in lane 4 looking over, peeking at the rowers in lane 3, seeing what they can do if they want to try and race them. I know that she's got the free speed of the bucket, but the full speed from lane 3 coming across the line is too much to handle. And that was ready, set, row ahead of Morristown High School rowing B, with a nice lovely voice crack there at the end. And so those two boats will bring us ahead, bring themselves into the A final. Well, the only final, I believe, for the Summer Flatwater National Rowing Championships. But as we are shifting back to the next race right behind, as Vesper Head Times pops up, we have the women's under 23 Coxtvor semifinal number 2. There looks like they're going through about the 600, 700 meter mark. We do seem to be having some issues, technical issues with the camera on top of the boathouse, which gives us the side profile from the very start of the race to the 1,000 meter mark. So as the boats go past the 750, it is lane 3 ahead. So for this race, we have the looks like lane 2 ready set row C, lane 3 ready set row B, lane 4 TBC Racing, and lane 5 Oars of Rhode Island. Yeah, so it does seem like we're having some technical difficulties. The wind does tend to shift the antennas that we use to connect the different cameras to this hub. So as the finish line camera pans, we are down to one camera at the moment, unfortunately. We have a drone battery changeout happening and discovering what might be the issue with our camera on top of the boathouse. And so, as we can see from afar, we have lanes 2 and 3 look like they're ahead. It's a bit tough to tell from this position, but South Jersey in lane 2 is the boat closest to the grandstands, which is the final area wherever all the lovely people listening to my voice will stand around, hoping to get a glimpse of their friends, family, loved ones, or enemies go across the line. So as we come across that 5-minute mark, at this angle, I would wager that they're crossing that 750 meter to go. There's our drone shot with a view of the, it looks like lane 2 with a commanding lead, or sorry, that's lane 3 of Row West Racing Camp with a commanding lead. So this was lane 2 South Jersey, lane 3 Row West Racing Camp, say that 10 times fast, then Row West Racing Camp B, and Cambridge across. So deep into the third 500, we've picked up the second semifinal of the women's Coxtvor Row West, way out ahead. Or am I completely looking at the wrong one? I believe I am. That was semifinal 3. I apologize. This is there's 4 boats in each one. This is semifinal 2. Lane 2 was Ready Set Row C. Lane 3, Ready Set Row B. Lane 4 was TBC Racing. And lane 5 is Oars of Rhode Island. Yeah, that makes more sense to why I was mixing up the boats. Apologies. And so we can see lane 2, or sorry, lane 3, Ready Set Row B, taken out a long, long way ahead of their competition. booking their spot to the finals. And so in these moments when there is not much happening on the water, we are having a bit of a chat here in the booth trying to figure out how to get the cameras back up and running for people to watch through the middle 500. Because it's hard to get the drone flying up and down the entire place and capture everything because these races are so close together. So as semifinal 2 is approaching the finish line, semifinal 3 has a race going through the 1,000-meter mark. And so catching all these boats up, seeing where they're at is a challenge in of itself, as we are seeing Ready Set Row B's time come up, booking their spot in the finals. Tons of cheers in the boathouse area for a couple of the boats. So it's getting hot out there, people. So make sure you hydrate. It is. The drone is up. We're good to go. We have in lane 2, South Jersey. Lane 3, Row West Racing Camp. Lane 4, Row West Racing Camp B. And 5, Cambridge. And so looking into the glare, it looks like we have the Row Wests out in front, looking to see if they can both book their spot into the final. Yep, that is 4 boats. I found the one in the back. A bit tough to see in the glare. But it is a close battle for that second qualifying spot. Looks like the South Jersey boat has connection from this angle. Sorry, I'm not talking as much. I'm just enjoying watching the racing. I kind of zone out when I see these drone shots of just the, I know what it's like to be in those boats, but when you're not in those boats, you're just looking like, oh man, that looks beautiful, looks great, looks quote unquote easy. We all know it's not. Such a hard leg sport. Looks like South Jersey's making a bit of a push so that they can try and get into that spot. As the drone swings wide, we'll be able to see just where they line up. Lane 3's Row West out ahead, followed very closely matched between lane 2 and 3 of South Jersey and Row West B. We'll see who comes with the final spot through to the finals tomorrow. It's you can see South Jersey starting to pick it up. They're starting to move, get the little bit of white water coming off them as they try and nudge the boat a little bit more every stroke. This will be the last race before we have about a 15 to 20 minute break between racing, as people tend to switch over boats, and we'll give them time to rehydrate, get a bit of a break before they're thrust back out into the steaming conditions that are the Cooper River at the moment. So as we can see, the 2 Row Wests racing each other, but Row West A out in front of B, because B is trying to hold on to that final spot against South Jersey. They're currently on the right side of your frame, not able to see them, but we have confirmation from when we had the drone up that there was indeed a close race. So when this camera swings back, we'll see them zoom into frame, possibly ahead, possibly behind. We'll see. Everybody on the bank knows better than I do, so give a shout out to these people racing hard for that final spot. There goes as the boats start to go parallel. You'll be actually able to see where they're at. It looks like they did claw back a bit. So the two row Wests going through to the finals. South Jersey sorely just missing out by a boat length. So as the boats come across the line, we will be taking a short break. People heading back up to the course, getting ready. I see singles heading by the broadcasting booth.
Well, that's honestly what I thought was happening. So I told my mom, I was like, there's two geese, they're in California.
And as we get that drone shot, we get to see that race for second is starting to heat up. Unlike in the 8 when it's hard to change your speed, it is much, much easier to get a change of speed in the single as they go through the 1,000-meter mark. We have lane 1 is Seattle area. That's August Altucher. Altucher. It looks like he's going to be racing lane 4's Oscar Lee, who is unaffiliated, just out here racing under his own name, making a name, doing what he can, see if he can get into finals. But it's a dominant performance right now, out ahead with Mr. Spokes. You start to see, as the years slowly go on, less and less boats with riggers that bolt into the sides, rather they actually bolt into the back right behind the rower. That's called bow-winged riggers. Those riggers are technically a little bit faster because they're part of the boat structure, whereas in the older boats they had ribs within it all the way through. So 4 bolts, you're in, you're ready to go. Take that thing off your car, take it anywhere you want to go. They're about 24 to 27 feet long, depending if it's a lightweight versus heavyweight boat. And these guys will be able to toss these things a mile. They only weigh 30 pounds each, which is crazy to think that a 26-foot long boat is able to be lifted and tossed into the water with the pinky. So as the drone swings wide, we get a better look at where that race for second was developing. It looks like we have our trying to decide if he's can't decide if he's lane 3 or 4 or 5. Looks like he's 4. Yeah, that's Oscar Lee. He's looking like he's gonna take on the Seattle Sculler and take away that spot for the finals. So as the single takes the longest to get down the water, they down the course, it is also incredibly quiet out there. So every thought that's going on in your head is extra loud, as if it were a microphone in the boat yelling at you, not a coxswain. So the mental energy that is expended during one of these races is actually insane. I've always been way more tired after a singles race than an eights race. Yes, mostly because they're so much longer, but also just because, you know, I'm trying to make my own plan in my head, try not to psych myself out, just try and get that boat down the water, down the course as fast as I can. So spending all this time in singles is also going to help you develop your skills, boat feel. So as he is just cruising down, these are the types of moments when he looks back on this footage, he'll be able to see what his body's doing to break down, what his technique's doing when he's tired. You don't get this kind of opportunity to see this kind of footage that much when you're racing. So as they come up to the line, 7:13, 14, 15. Not too bad of a time for a single that's uncontested. Moving across the line, going first, getting his spot all the way into the finals, having already qualified top of the leaderboard in the time trials. Followed by Oscar Lee. Then, there's a nice little race for third right there between the Seattle Sculler and the OKC Sculler. As we wait for the 2 more boats to come by, we do see the next race having started. I believe they're still running on 7-minute centers, so the start of each race is 7 minutes apart. They did start the most recent race a little bit early. Single semifinal number 2, lane 1 unaffiliated, that's Mr. Clark. Lane 2, Marietta Training Center. Lane 3, Vesper. Lane 4, unaffiliated, that's Mr. Harrison. Lane 5, Undine, and Lane 6, Oklahoma, OKC High Performance Center. So from the drone shot, it looks like it's a great race out front for the top three. We have neck and neck for lanes 3 and 4. Lane 3 absolutely crushing it from the Vesper Boat Club, but then matched very evenly with Mr. Harrison, Mr. Cooper Harrison. Not sure where he might be from. Just says unaffiliated. But his stroke rate, much... Oh, I was about to say much lower, but they're fairly similar. But his is lower. So he's got that long, steady drive through, that catch, that send. And it looks like they're putting a bit of a gap on our lane 1 of Mr. Clark. So as they start to develop that gap, starting to go, I believe, through the 1,000 now, trying to see where those buoys will come in so it gives us a clear shot on where they are on the course. They should be through it if these guys are as fast as they look. They should be into that pain zone, the third 500, absolutely burning. Lungs screaming to stop, but you know, you just can't do that. There we get that nice long shot. As the camera pans a bit to the left, we see that V of the Vesper. The looks like that Mr. Clark has a bit of neon on him. And then over in lane 2 is Cade Hennessy from Marietta Center. So as we get a bit of a better view of our two leaders, the I believe that's Mr. Harrison and the two Harrisons, one from Vesper. So we have Jerry Harrison from Vesper and Cooper Harrison, who's unaffiliated, which just means he doesn't have a home boat club that he's racing for right now. So his points do not go towards championship points, just for himself. Man, I can only imagine how long these races feel. I'm looking out to see if I can see if there's a tail or headwind. Kind of looks fairly even right now. A little bit of a crosswind, what looks like on the screen with the water moving to the side. Could be a bit of a cross tail, cross head. Can't really see. But as we see the two leaders fairly far up ahead, nobody looks to be really putting in a huge push to get away from anyone, so we're just going to sit back and watch some nice sculling as they slowly and efficiently make their way all the way down the 2,000 meter course. So as Mr. Cooper Harrison gets closer to the camera, we get a pretty good view of his technique, see how he's moving the boat. Looks pretty efficient. Seems like he'll be a really good contender in the final coming up. From the looks of it, looks like he has I would say a Wintech boat, just trying to fill the void of what is inevitably one of the quietest races that go on in the regatta, the singles. So as they come across, booking their spot to the finals, that's the Harrisons, Cooper, and Jerry. And then everyone else coming across. Oh, slight crab. Losing a bit of concentration there at the end. I understand. I'd be super tired too. And so, as we Virginia Rowing Association, who is out ahead, storming right now from Virginia Rowing Association. Number 4, Tanner Hamilton from Vesper, who is currently coming up in second place. Then Mr. Oliver Broderick, unaffiliated, and Aram Carpenter from Cascadia. So here we have the drone up, seeing the chevron that forms from these seedings. We have lane 3 out ahead, having qualified third in the time trial. He is racing the Vesper boat in lane 4. Bit of a tough stroke there by lane 2 Green Racing Project. Got a little bit caught up with the buoy. The wind might be playing a bit with them to move to the side to side. I know the tent's starting to blow, so sorry if the wind in the mic. I will address that if it happens. But as the Vesper starts to move it up a bit as they go through into the third 500, here we have the hardest part of the race, especially in a single. It's the longest part of the race. Feels like it takes forever, as you have lane 3 out ahead, probably a length and just a bit clear on Vesper. That's Robert Shetlick out in front. I believe it's Shetlick racing Tanner Hamilton from Vesper. Looks like he's crawling back a little bit on him. He had a bit of a longer lead, but maybe Mr. Shetlick's just conserving a bit of energy, knowing that singles races can zap everything out of you. According to my sources, it does seem to be a 5-mile-an-hour crosswind from the starboard side, which would be from this angle, the left side, from lane 6 to 1. So that would definitely be a reason. You can see Mr. Shetlick a little bit on his right side, close to the buoy. But going across, I believe that's the 1,500 meter mark. That is 2 boats across, both almost guaranteed to go through to the finals. Lovely shot from the drone here. Seeing them side by side, some good racing. Now we switch to the finish line cam. So as we look from afar, these guys are probably all heavyweights. There may be a lightweight or two in this event, but being heavyweights, maximum weight is open, so you're able to pack on some pounds, be really, really tall, and not have to worry about cutting down and being a twig, as some of my friends have had to do. And as you are one of the larger guys in the boathouse sometime, you also will have some of the biggest ergs. Single rowers are monsters when they come out of their country and go to the Olympics. They are some of the largest human beings you will ever see, and some of the fittest on the earth, if I do say so myself. So as we have the two, what looks like are locked in finalists coming through, maybe just doing a little bit of nip and tuck with each other, seeing who can get the actual lead. Bit of a race for lane. It appears that Virginia has taken a half a length, almost a full length lead as he goes across the line. And there we go. Mr. Shetlick coming across in 7:32. A solid time in a single for parking the bus a bit, as we had a solid little race there for 5th place. And across the line, we have the
sport of rowing has a diversity problem. But there are programs around the world working to change that. Rowing Blazers and Wintec have partnered to design a boat that gives back. The racing shell features Wintec carbon construction, Rowing Blazers stripe on the deck, a custom interior, as well as a Rowing Blazers boat cover and sculling blades. For every boat sold, we'll be donating a boat to a rowing program focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
As we see boats coming closer towards the camera, probably getting close to that floor. See that big red buoy is 500. My guess from this angle it is the 3 ahead as I would expect the top qualifier with the time cross. That is this Emily Lawrence.
And there we have a lovely drone shot. And that was lane 3 out ahead from Great Bay. So as there's the crosswind happening, you can see people trying to stay left of their center line. Lane 1 looks to be a bit on the right side, maybe getting pushed over. We've seen that a bit. Some people have had some tussles with buoys as the wind is kicked up slightly. So with a very commanding lead out in front, Great Bay, sculling beautifully, moving and grooving through the water. It's still very flat water, which is great to race in a single, because there's no distractions. Not like the Rio 2016 where it was waves for the first 1,500 meters, and then everything else has just been, you know, a little bit more flat.
This one you get to see the test of fitness instead of just technique. Well, technique is as efficient as possible. You're not having to those waves that very well might see.
This next coming week. So great shot from the drone as you can see the field just spreading out in front of Miss Lawrence, just commanding herself through to the final. No question about it. Unless there's a small tragedy towards the end, which from the looks of it, there shouldn't be at this rate. She is moving and grooving through that 1,000-meter mark right around 4 minutes. Sorry, I've just zoned out. I've just been slowly watching her cruise away from her competition. It looks like in lane 4 is going to be our next qualifier for the finals. That is, I believe, Charlotte Wiley from Green Racing Project. So as they are now 5 minutes into the race, If you were in an 8, you probably only have a minute, but you're in a single, so you have 3. Knowing that and just accepting and driving on is just one of those things that you're the only one that's accountable in the single. So having that mental capacity to drive yourself on for that extra amount of time is truly inspiring when I get to watch the best of the best compete at the trials for the Olympics, qualification regatta, World Cups, and then hopefully in Tokyo when everything goes smoothly and everyone races and USA comes home with 9 Olympic gold medals. And there we see a lovely tracking shot of Emmeline just putting her stamp on it. I'll be very interested to see if anybody can come close to her. I guess we'll just have to see tomorrow in the finals. So again, all these athletes, this is the U23 morning and early afternoon racing. All of them have qualified through their time trials to race in the semifinals. And they all do not turn 23 this year, at least. You have to be 22 and below, which is most college athletes. Some people age out fairly quickly, myself included. But other people are just young and talented and can stay in it for multiple years, training all the way through college, racing through U23 Worlds, getting a chance to make the U.S. national team for Worlds, who have been known to go over and kick some serious butt over on the international stage, our sweep camps especially. And as we see a great shot of all 4 lined up, even though they are very far spread out in reality, it is really cool and one of those great cinematic tricks that you can pull to bring everyone closer together by having a very zoomed in lens to see everyone all together. And it's a trick that I've used myself to make boats look closer than they are, just to keep interesting content in the frame. So as we have the dominant performance from Emmeline and the follow-up performance from Charlotte Wiley, those two look to be our top 2 heading to the finals tomorrow, and they're going to get a nice deserved break if they're not racing in this afternoon, which in a single you very well may be. And so as we come up to the line, just over 8 minutes, probably closing in on 8:20. Punched that ticket straight to the finals. As dominant as it could be. And there we have what looks like lane, couldn't quite tell, 5 maybe, lane 1 through the line. So that is Emmeline and Charlotte Wiley. And following it up, lane 2, Megan Lee. And we're joining the women's under 23 single semifinal number 2. Out in front, that is lane 3 of Oak Neck Academy. That's Ella Berry. She, I believe, won the youth nationals regatta this past June. But from left to right, well, I guess on our screen right now, right to left. Lane 1, Orion. Lane 2, Penny Stacy.
Lane 3, Nick Cathy. Lane 5, Tony.
She has a very interesting technique, as I've noticed. I've been able to film her in slow motion going through the final at Youth Nats, and she does tend to open the back a bit earlier than you would expect most people to do so. But she clearly is able to just haul the power down and move the boat efficiently and not burn out all the way through. So I'll be interested to see how her technique changes, if it does, over the coming years as she develops to become one of probably our dominant sculling athletes in the youth scene and under 23 scene. So it looks like we have a shot from the Cooper Boathouse. And back to the drone. We have Ella probably 4 to 5 open lengths clear easily against our 4th lane of Catherine Edwards from Orion, which I am happily saying correctly now. It looks like we have lanes 1 and 2 having a bit of a tussle down in the back there. It's a bit hard to see through the glare on the screen, but they are looking like they're neck and neck. There are 3 semifinals, so there are only 2 spots up for grab. And then over on the left side, we do have lanes 5 and 6 of Catherine and Jennifer fighting out for those last 2 spots in the semifinal. But right now, it's the Ella Berry show. We have her just cruising through that third 500, absolutely dominating the competition. I would be very interested to see how she and Emmeline Lawrence stack up against each other tomorrow. That'll be a great race to watch. So as the drone tracks Ella, you can see her not really taking it up. She doesn't need to. She was probably just going to go out for a nice little afternoon session row in a team boat. But she is definitely one of the stronger athletes I've been able to see at the youth level. Just so dominant on that drive through with the goose flying in between the two. That's how much room she's been putting in between her and her competition. So from this angle, I believe she's rowing a Filippi single, and Concept 2 oars, they look like they have the Vortex grip on the end, so the Smoothie 2 Vortex grip. I know it's a bit technical, but it's, you know, a very common choice for sculling boats for the international level is Filippi singles, or I know that Jevy Stone has liked using the Empacher single, but the Filippi double. So figuring out what boat has the best speed for different weights and styles is one of those things you spend hours and hours testing different kinds of boats if you have the chance at different training camps to figure out what boat suits you best. Because while they're all fairly similar shape and size, they do have a bit of difference between them. So hull shape, whether it's a flatter bottom like the Empacher or a bit more knife edgy like the Philippines could be considered. And then the style of the riggers don't matter quite as much. This one, it looks like a carbon bow winged rigger, but clearly it's working for Ella as she crosses the line far ahead in just about the same time as Emmeline Lawrence from the semifinal right before. You could see the distance she just threw in between her and her competition is pretty amazing, I'd have to say. so as we lock in with the third semifinal of the morning and the final race of the morning session, we're greeted by a dominant performance from Julia Batson from Penn AC. So from lane 1,
We have at her developing now. Lane 2,
lane 5 is an unaffiliated Genevieve Whitehead. That's hard to say, I'm sorry. And lane 6, Cambridge's Mary Kate Turk. So we have another standout performance from our lane 3. On my screen it does say that Mary Kate Turk did scratch, so I'm not sure if I'm just seeing a ghost out there. I thought I saw 6 boats, but I guess I did not. But as we are looking from the drone view, another dominant performance from our lane 3 rower, this one coming from Penn AC. Julia Batson, absolutely throwing the hands in and out, just getting some good length and crushing her competition. There's 2 spots up for grabs, so that lane 4 and 5 battle should be able to heat up depending on how close lane 5 is. That is the Elisa and Genevieve. I am sorry I'm butchering that name. So as you can see, there is that crosswind pushing Julia off to the side to her right. She's counteracting that just enough, but it does start to feel like you're rowing sideways the whole time, whereas when you're in just nice flat water, if you're just gliding, you're able to just go straight. But if you're to glide in this one, you slowly get pushed to the right, so it constantly feels like you're pulling hard on your right side for the entire way through the 8.5 minute race at these conditions. But right now this shot of Julia is just showcasing that it is going to be a great final tomorrow between the 3 lane 3 racers that we just had through our semifinals. So right now Julia taking on that hat of being the dominant lane 3 racer, but it looks like lane 4's Elisa is got the jump on everyone else for that second spot. So it looks like might be a 2 or 3 horse race in the final, and then a 3 horse race for the lower places in the final. So it should be fun for everyone. So as you see, she has a very interesting light finish. She doesn't pull and lean as far back as Ella Berry does. So as you can see, her hands don't separate as much at the finish, which means she's probably getting a really good amount of front end strength and length up at the top part of her slide. And then as the power drops off, she just lets the hands lightly come down, bring the oars out, and then flicks back up to go up to the catch. So as the drone raises above, you can see her nice quick catches, maybe still being pushed a bit to her right side, to port side. So I can't tell if she's constantly compensating or not, but you know, it's definitely 3 different techniques that have brought them to the top of their semifinals. And so it'll be a very interesting case study, if you will, of technique for the 3 finalists going in tomorrow at the top seeds. So hopefully the racing is just as good tomorrow as it has proven to be today. So going through that 15, nope, that is the finish, sorry. hard to see the timer in the bottom left. That was the finish of the women's semifinal single. Julia Batson absolutely dominant out front. Then we have lane 4, sorry, Elisa Kuo from New York AC Athletic Club. They are booking their ticket to the final. Should be a great race tomorrow. So thanks for joining us for the first half of today's racing. We have had a lot of boats go up and down the course, plenty of close races, and plenty of dominant races as we've just seen. We will be back at 1:40 for the men's lightweight single semifinals, still U23s, all the way up until about 3 or 4 p.m. tonight. And after that, we'll be into the open racers, and we'll be seeing some big boats, big speed, and it's going to be fun. See you then. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Summer Nationals of U.S. Rowing. We are back here.
I think we have one schedule, 1:40 start time, which is coming up right now.
They just launched.
Thank
So.
you. Bye, Tim.
So here we have the afternoon racing, starting it off strong with the men's under 23 lightweight single semifinals. In lane 1, we have Greenwich. Lane 2, Resilient. Lane 3, Sean Richardson from Riverside. Lane 4, Orange Coast. Lane 5, West Side. And lane 6, Undine. And so here, as all the boats get into their rhythm, just over the 250 mark, we have 6 boats across. Lovely racing. We still have some wind kicking up a lot more right now. Big tailwind coming through. So as we get a shot from the boathouse view, again from left to right, it is Ben Doolin, James O'Grady, Sean Richardson, Matthew Atkinson, Patrick Riley, and Drew Brown. Going through the 500 meter mark, we have it's nip and tuck. It's a bit hard to say who's out in front because right now, lightweights all at the same weight, 160 max right now. A lot of them are actually, for lightweight singles, already knew they had to get to 160, 72.5 maximum, I believe, unless the rules have changed again. But until then, right now it looks like lane 2 is out ahead. That's James O'Grady from Resilient. And then following behind him, lane 3, Sean Richardson from Riverside, hanging and banging. But man, it is even across when all these guys are the same weight. The boat's pretty much the same weight. Everything is pretty even. The only differences might be either the insane difference in amount of fitness, which at this level is all pretty similar, I'd say. There's sometimes big ranges, but as they go by, it is nip and tuck. Front of the grid, we have lane 2 and 3 going after it. So as you can see on those treetops, all the wind causing all the swaying, and that's going to affect a lot of the racing today, just because a tailwind catches the blade up in the air. Sometimes you might create some wake, some waves that you might be able to see right now, and show that the perfectly flat conditions we've been dealing with, they're not too bad right now. I'd give them a passable 7, 8 out of 10. Just this wind might be a little bit difficult for everyone to deal with. So as there are 3 semifinals for this event, that means the top 2 are the ones going on. So our lane 2 and 3 rowers right now out in front, looking like they're separating away, going through that 1,000, seeing if they can find themselves in a final spot. But over in lane 4 and 5, we do have a couple chances. They're within range. If you're in a lightweight single, or just a single in general, like I was saying before, you can very much crank up the speed really quickly. We've seen it in the Henley Royal Regatta finals with Chetel Borsch and Dahi Drysdale, where it was a little bit over 2K and Chetel Borsch died. So this one, it looks like our lane 3 starting to push out a little bit more. Sean Richardson pushing past our lane 2, James O'Grady, who might possibly be getting caught by the other 2. He still has a length, but now it's a length from the front, length to second, length to 3 and 4, and they're the ones that are going to be pushing each other all the way up to see if they can get into that qualifying spot. So as the camera pans across, you can see seems like everyone's doing fairly well in this wind. They've probably spent plenty of time training in all different types. Personally, being a lightweight in the headwind is one of the worst experiences when I row, because it feels like it takes forever. But when you're light, you're quick, and you can square up fairly quickly and get that blade in, and maybe even a little bit of hanging with the wind. You can get a little bit of extra speed, a little bit of sailing in there if you need. But it looks like James O'Grady decided to turn it up a bit, put the lanes 3 and 4 behind, or 4 and 5 behind, so that they're not going to challenge him for that spot in the final. And the picture has just come back. Probably still in the same, I'd say we're still in the same order right now. Lane 5 definitely raising the stroke rate a lot. I'll see if I can get a rate on what all these guys are doing. In a headwind, it's really tough to get that rate up, but in a tailwind, sometimes you gotta keep it up just to keep that blade, moving you in the right direction. As you're zooming into the finish, you're seeing these guys are going 7:30, right around 7:30 for a nice easy row for them going out. So that's lanes 2 and 3 through to the final. 4 and 5, unfortunately, end there. And there we have our final racer across the line. All right, we're picking back up here in the under 23 men's lightweight single semifinal number 2. We are on semifinal 2, so we're about 4 minutes into the race, so they're just through the 1,000. We have in lane 1, Miami. Lane 2, Sarasota. Lane 3 is unaffiliated, that's Mr. Schmidt. Lane 4, PNRA Mercer. Lane 5, Marietta Training Center. And lane 6, Miami. So as these guys are whipping up, you can see that the conditions are definitely, I wouldn't say deteriorating, but they are not nearly as nice as they were this morning. So lightweights, I find, being one myself, you are definitely affected by the wind a bit more, just because you don't have as much weight to keep you down in the water, and so if you're not focusing on your technique enough to adjust in this wind enough, you're gonna be flopping around for a good 7-8 minutes, depending on how fast you go. Sometimes it could be 9.5. But here we see a nice race for second place, that spot to get into the finals. Lanes 1, 2, 4, and 5 fighting it out. I'll give the edge to lane 1 right now. That is Mr. Rodrigo Miranda from Miami. But it's close. He's got contact with all 3 of the other boats that are right along there with him. Let's see if he can spend the next couple hundred meters seeing to break that contact and not allow them to row through him at the last couple hundred meters. And there they are through the 1500. That big red buoy, a sore sight for sore legs. They're out there hanging and banging as much as they can. They've probably been cutting weight for the last couple days, maybe even weeks, if that's, they've had to do a lot of weight cutting. And so these guys weighing in these mornings before racing are definitely at the point where their body is trying to peak and get as much energy from any source as it could. So giving it some Pedialyte, giving it plenty of carbs right before your race is going to be important. Even though we have lane 4 making a move, definitely turned on the afterburners there. So we have the classic Filippi versus Empacher race here between lanes 1 and 4. These guys trying to find that final spot. Look at lane 5, trying to move up Marietta Training Center, seeing if he can hang with these guys, see if he can match their move. It does look like lane 2, Colson Andrews is maybe being left off the back. But is that? I think it is. In lane 3, we have a Nello. One of those boats is usually kayak manufacturers. So seeing a Nello, I've only ever seen 1 or 2 in the wild. And so seeing it do well in these kinds of races is always super fun to watch, because it has a very different shape to most of the normal boats that you normally see on the race course. But there it is, lane 5, making his move. Dylan Dallapedri versus Miami. Who's going to get it? Miami taking it on the win. Wow. This is a barn burner through the end there. He really turned. It was hard to see him with the camera angle, but seeing his last few strokes, he was really getting after it. Great racing. Hopefully the finals is going to be just as fun to watch. There we see semi-final 2 of the men's under 23 lightweight single. Lining up from lane 1, we have the Sylvan Scullers. Lane 2, Undine. Lane 3, Great River. Lane 4, Annapolis Junior. Lane 5, Quinsigamond. And lane 6, unaffiliated. And they're off. It is very possible for lightweight rowers of a single variety to get off the line and sometimes reach into the mid to high 50s on their stroke rate. That is up and down the slide. at least, if they were to keep at that rate for a whole minute, 55 times. That is so many times. Might not be as efficient, but it definitely gets the boat moving. And so we see them start peeking out behind the trees. Lane 6, 5, see the edge of 4, and slowly reveals from left to right. You can see the shaking wind, the shaking trees in the foreground, caused by the big tailwind coming this way. So that's going to be playing into a pretty big factor for a lot of people in the later rounds, as it's going to be kicking up. On the weathercast forefront side, it does look like we might have some rain, maybe some lightning storms later in the evening, closer to 4 to 5 o'clock range. Hopefully that just blows past and we get a full day of racing in and not have to have any drastic changes to the schedule, because it's already packed as much as it is for as fair racing as possible. So as I see them crest the horizon to my right, I can pick out lane, it looks like lane 4 is possibly leading. Hard to tell from this angle. Might be even with lane 2, 4, and 3, as is tradition. So that is lane 4, Pascal Evans from Annapolis Junior, one of the more famous rowing unisuits in the junior rowing world, given the lovely nature of the blue and neon yellow. And here we have the classic chevron, it looks like, of lane 4 leading instead of lane 3, as we've seen most of these days, as time trials have usually seeded the top seeds into lane 3. I'm not sure if things have been changing, but it looks like lane 4, Annapolis Junior, out in front, possibly even with lane 2. Lane 2 is the Andrew Orner from Undine. Yes, that's a great battle for the front. Remember, top 2 go on to finals. So if we've got 3-4 boats across, it's going to be a barn burner through the last 500 as they figure out who's going to be the one to go up against the might of the winners in the previous semifinals. You'll love to see it. Some great side-by-side racing. Tailwinds in a lightweight single. It's the best combination you could have if you want your race to go as fast as possible. And so there they go through the 1,000 and 344, 345. Great timing. Looks like lane 5 is wanting to get into the mix. Lane 5, that's Colin Hay from Quinsigamond. Don't know how to pronounce that properly. Sorry. But the boys are out there into the hardest part of the race, I would have to personally say. Getting through the third 500 in a single when you are gasping for air, dying, trying to row as well as you've learned over the last few years and however long you might have been rowing, as well as looking over, seeing that, oh, you're still in the mix. You've got 3 guys next to you that could take that spot from you. So if you can break away from them now, maybe you break their spirits. But right now, it is nip and tuck all the way through. 4 boats across, linked together by the length of their shells, 26 feet total for most of these shells. Looks like we have 2 MPOCers and a Wintech, and I'm not sure what lane 5 is rowing at the moment. Maybe we'll get a zoomed-in view of that one soon, but it is the classics of international elite-level rowing, with those MPOCer bow-winged riggers as well as the stern-winged. Seeing these guys using every single inch of their reach to get as far as they can through the drive. It is, oh, this is a great this is a great race. it still is Annapolis Juniors out ahead, but he's hanging with the Colin Hay. Those two, Pascal and Colin, battling it out. See who's going to be there. See if they can break free from lane 2's Andrew Orner. See if he can get into those final spots. There's a lot that's going to change in these last 500 if someone decides to just throw caution to the wind and absolutely send it every inch that they can take, every move that they can make. We'll be watching them. You can see him taking a peek to his right and left in lane 3. And that's Great Rivers looking over his shoulder, seeing if he can make a move himself. From what I remember of the drone, he was a couple lengths back, so seeing them level now is a bit deceiving, I would say. But there's a very distinct possibility he could be moving. We can't really see the two on the left. Maybe if we were to take what we had from the drone footage before, that would be the 1 and 2 if they decide to turn on their afterburners and break away. But right now, with the tailwind pushing everyone through, it's going to be a long row up to the top of the course if you're a lightweight. But we have had a breakaway. So lane 5 of Colin Hay just moving past Pascal Evans. Has Pascal, is he out of gas or is he saving? Who knows? We'll have to ask him in the post-race press conference. But there, down in lane 2, we have Andrew Orner from Undine. He's maybe going to be able to take on Pascal if he's dying that much. But right now, it is all Colin Hay. Through the line, 7:34-ish. And that is Pascal through to finals. Great racing. Nip and tuck all the way through down the course up until the last 250. That is what we come here for. And there we have lane 1 crossing the line as we switch over to the women's under 23 lightweight single semifinal 1. In lane 1, we have Litchfield Hills, lane 2, Vesper, lane 3, OKC High Performance Center, lane 4, Conshohocken, lane 5, Sarasota, and lane 6, Pegasus. As we are looking on the footage now, it looks like we have lane 3 out ahead by about a boat length lead on lane 4. So that is Carson Healy just trailing behind Brooke Ruskowitz Sitch. That is a tough name to pronounce. So they have some great length there. I believe for women's lightweight rowing, it's either 130 or 135 for the single. So these ladies have been probably cutting weight, trying to make weight, and then finally being able to load up on some liquids before they race in order to get back some hydration. So again, two semifinals, and so 3 people advance from the semifinals to finals in these races. Out way in front, lane three. Yep, out in front, lane 3. Sorry, hard to see the lady in the black boat in the far right in our screen. She is in lane 1. So we have Marley in lane 1 fighting for that last position against lane 4 of Carson Healy from Conshohocken Rowing Center. But right on their tail is Ann Cloud from Vesper. So these 3 are going to be determining who is going through the finals. Now, as these conditions slowly kick up, we're going to see a little bit more and more unsteady, more choppy water. So blade work is going to become a huge priority in how effective people are racing. So if you can get those blades in, hang off those oars as much as you can, and then not disturb the boat on the recovery or when the blades are out of the water, that would yield you overall the fastest boat speed on the course, assuming you have the fitness to back it up. And flying a drone in these conditions can be a bit tricky. And so big props to our drone operators on this day, as the wind will probably be kicking up and they'll be sweating a bit as they're trying to give you the best pictures possible. But right now, it is all lane 3. Brooke just running away with it. But who's going to get that second and third spot? Is there going to be a sprint race to the line like we saw in one of the men's semifinals? As you can see, on the right side is where the practice area is to get back up to the top of the course. So everyone will be stopping alongside the river as the races go down. Many people cheering for their friends, their teammates, as they see them go by, trying to give them that last little bit of energy to get them through to the finals today. And so here we zoom in on the race for the last 2 spots. So that's lanes 1 and 4 fighting to hold off lane 2. And we have a big move for that last spot. Lane 2, Ann Cloud from Vesper, seeing if she can get past Conshohocken Rowing Center's Carson Healy, seeing if she can build up that rate. It looks like Carson's trying to respond. Raising the stroke rate, seeing that they're in the last couple hundred meters coming up. Hard to see where our leader is, way out of frame. She's killing it. Right now, one of them is deciding when they're gonna just go, and if they can just go, if they have the legs. Because right now, your body is screaming at you for spending all this time pushing it, not giving it a break. And so you spend years, months, many, many, many hours a week training your body to just do it faster without your body breaking down. To get that boat speed as high as you can, as efficiently as you can. Hopefully, nobody breaks down and flies and dies in like the last 250 meters, because they've already done all the work right now getting up ahead. Hopefully they can hold it out. Waiting for those moments to be able to break free from your tether to the next boat is a very tough decision if your body's hurting. And so you can see lane 4 looking over at lane 2, separated. Ooh, probably by maybe a boat length. It's hard to tell on this angle. As the camera pans around, we go. Our winner's just already passed the line. She's through. She's punched her ticket to finals. No worries about it. We're gonna see her later. No need to see her now. We have a great race for the last 2 spots. So that's Conshohocken, and that's lane 1. So 4, 1, and 2. That was Conshohocken, Litchfield, and then Vesper. Great race for the last 2 spots. And right now we are seeing the second semifinal of the women's double go right in front of the broadcasting booth. Right here we have in lane 1 Y Quad Cities, in lane 2 Cambridge Lane 3, Cambridge. Lane 4, Greenwich. Lane 5, Y Quad Cities. And Lane 6, South Jersey. So as the wind kicks up, these ladies are as light as they could be to try and get into this race, the lightweight women's under 23 single. So as the wind kicks up, sometimes you want to adjust your technique a bit, maybe square a bit earlier, get a little bit of that wind, do a bit of sailing. But in the meantime, you're seeing all that wind on the trees as we're looking for the rowers to get through, finding them out. Who is going to be our remaining 3 spots in the final? And it looks like there we have lane 1 rowing a, not sure what, but got some Croker oars. You can tell always by the pink sleeves on the edge versus Concept 2s. They have a slightly different mechanic when you take the blade out of the water and twist the oar, because the Concept 2s are a bit more square and blocky, and so they almost snap into place sometimes, whereas the Crokers are a little bit more rounded, so you can slip the oar out almost. But right there it looked like our lane 3 Cambridge way out ahead. That's Kylie Loff. No, I'm sorry, that's Hannah Peters. Kylie Loff is her teammate. And so as we get that long shot down the course, you can just see the distance between the rowers side to side really is much wider than people might expect. And especially in a single, when there's just tons of open space, you're in your head. You don't have anyone to think about the race with or talk about the race or just rely on. It's all on you. So for some people, that's their favorite thing. For others, they can't stand it. So anyone who rows a single would understand just the mental draining and mental endurance that it takes to race these boats. There you can see Hannah Peters has just a slightly higher stroke rate than most of the others in the field, which means she's getting up and down the slide at a much faster rate than everyone else, which means she might be putting in less power per stroke. If you were to take the power, the wattage that she's putting down into that foot plate, pushing back, hanging off those oars, it might be 10, 20 watts lower, but she's doing more strokes, so she's getting further out. You can compare them two right now, and you can count how many times Hannah gets her oars in and out before everyone else in the field. There's a lot of different ways you can approach a race like this, and sometimes it's sitting at a super high stroke rate, and other times it's just being a grinder, sitting down in the high 20s, low 30s stroke rate, just cruising, burning those muscles like a big power lift, a deadlift every single stroke, especially in the single, which is a really heavy boat to row, just because you're the only one moving your weight, whereas doubles, quads, pairs, you have a partner to work on taking the weight off. And there we have our top 3 from lanes 3, 2, then 1. Looks like lane 4 of Hannah Justich is going to try and take on Sophia Ramaraju. Right now I'm watching a sculling masterclass. That is Hannah Peters. Not much vertical motion in the boat. You can see it's not bouncing up and down. She hangs off that blade nice, long. Maybe a bit grabby with the hands. I'll see if, but that is working out for her as she crosses the line, 8:28, 8:30 range, going across her teammate. So that's Hannah Peters from Cambridge, Kylie Loff from Cambridge, and Y Quad Cities Sophia Ramaraju. Coming home now. coming after. We have lane 5, Ella Urson. And so as we see the camera pan back trying to pick up the next race, we have the men's under 23 quad semi-final number 1. These will be some quick boats on the water. In lane 1, Cambridge. Lane 2, Green Racing Project. Lane 3, PennAC Composite B. Lane 4, OKC High Performance Center. Lane 5, Potomac Composite. And lane 6, Vesper. It's lights out and away we go. Starting off strong, high strokes, Big 10, lengthening out over 20. Who knows what they're doing? I'll make it up as we go along. But you can see composite boats will have people with different unis in them. So when they come around this turn, you'll see 3 reddish unis and then a neon uni or tank up on top. That's a usual sign that they brought in someone or had a friend that technically was a different boat club, didn't want to pay the membership, didn't need to, because they're just going to put together composite and take on the might of all the other boats in the under 23 men's quads. And so you see the foreground, the wind still whipping around a bit. Sometimes right now it just seems like it's gusting. We're looking at the forecast. It's, there might be some thunderstorms, there might not be. We're going to keep racing all up until the point where we're not able to, because we're racing right now until basically 7 p.m. and now there's the drone shot we're looking for. You got out in lane 3 the PennAC Composite B, absolutely flying, crushing their competition within the first 750, 500 meters down. And so as they cross through that 750 mark in the next few strokes, that's when you get into the middle 500. That's where you can make the moves to really break your connection with other boats if you want to establish that you are the dominant crew. The men's quad is definitely one of the fastest boats on the water, right behind the 8s. A good quad can take on an 8 any day of the week. Maybe take out a couple starts on them, but the 8 will have more horsepower. So as we have the men's quad coming through 750, they are 2-3 lengths of open water ahead of the next closest boats of lanes 2 and 6. Is that Potomac? Yeah, it's the Potomac Composite of lane 5. So we see 5 boats on the screen. It appears Vesper's boat is not in the race. I do not see them in person or on the screen. So right now you can see a big correction there as the wind definitely kicked up. A lot of crosswind right there, possibly pushing them over to their side. Hugging the lane like they hugged their grandma. Absolutely just trying to not distract and hit the buoys and get themselves out of rhythm. So right now they're hugging back over to the left side of the lane, seeing if they can just slowly drift over the next 750 meters. And now we get a shot being able to see the 8 oars per boat flipping around, absolutely putting the pedal to the metal. PennAC running train. They're definitely not paying me to say that. But as you can see, the entire course had to shift around the the wind, as you could kind of tell some of the lane with that long line behind the boats of the trail, the wake they're leaving. You can see if it's really straight with these drone shots, which is awesome. But sometimes it is a tad bit windy, causing things to get a little bit hectic. And so there goes Penn about 2.5 open on their next closest, the Green Racing Project. Some lovely aerial footage right now, especially in this wind. Gotta always give props to the drone flyer to get you these gorgeous shots of these boats going by. And of course the coach will love to see this kind of thing, see what he can work on for the future, see how they're connecting in, seeing if the bow seat is going in a bit early, 2 seat maybe is hanging the blades. Those kinds of things are the things coaches are looking for. You want to get all 4 to basically be a robot, work together, move the boat, apply the power at the same time, and just absolutely put every bit of power they have and wattage through their legs into the feet, hanging off the arms, so you don't waste a single bit of it. And here we see the Penn AC quad bringing the rate down just a bit, cruising home, saving some for the race tomorrow. They're going to have a fun one against probably the boats of Conshohocken, the Penn AC C boat. So it should be a barn burner of a race tomorrow. And there we have second place Green Racing Project punching their ticket to finals as the next 3 boats cross the line nice and close. That 8 maybe a bit close for comfort, or sorry, straight 4 on the lanes, lane 1. Hopefully they are able to adjust in the wind and not have any issues on the way up. Penn AC Composite with a dominant performance. And right now we are tuning back in to Up on the Course. We have the second semifinal of the men's under 23 quads. In lane 1, Monmouth Juniors. Lane 2, Undine. Lane 3, Conshohocken. Lane 4, Penn AC C. Lane 5, Penn AC A. And lane 6, Litchfield Hills. Litchfield Hills. And so out in front, it looks like it's Conshohocken Rowing Center rowing what looks like the Empacher quad along with Penn AC and the Penn AC A boat. It's Penn AC C, Penn AC A, seeing if they can get through. Remember, 3 semifinals in the men's quad, which means 2 from each semifinal get to go and punch their ticket to see if they can fight for those medals tomorrow. And so there it is, the drone shot. It is neck and neck all the way across for those final spots. As they come past the commentator's booth, you can see all 4 boats lined up across connection. When they're connected, that means there's a chance. If you're connected to the boat, you have a chance to bring it up in the next couple strokes and continue on. But as long as you stay connected, there's always a chance. But once that tether, you can think of it like a rope on the end of your boat. Once it's broken, it's mentally very difficult to come back from an open water distance. But right now you have the 2 Penn ACs fighting out for that second spot. Conshohocken out in front with a fairly dominant looking performance. Who knows if it's as dominant as the first Penn AC boat? We'll see. tomorrow. As long as nothing drastic happens. You never know. Windy conditions, fast-moving boats. These guys gotta keep their blades in check all the way through every single stroke, because one gust of wind could take it out of your hand, and next thing you know, you're turning sideways absolutely 90 degrees thanks to a crab. And so the two Penn-ACs have broken to that open water lead over the lanes 1 and 2 of Monmouth Juniors and Undine. So it is still Conshohocken Rowing Center out front. Strokeman's got that free speed with the bucket hat. You love to see it. Lane 4 and 5, Penn-ACs, seeing who's going to be it. Looks like the close one. The Lane 4's Penn-AC might take it, but you still have a lot to play for as you're in this third 500. Legs are burning, arms are weak. It's going to be a tough couple meters for those guys in Lane 5 to make up on their teammates. They've been training on the Schuylkill River together all the time. I had a chance to go out and film them, and you can just see how much they want to just crush each other into bits. And so there's no love lost. If you could take the win, you take it. But it's fairly even spread across the three boats in the top of the men's semi 2 for the quad. Conshohocken looking very clean together on their exits out of the water. No extra movement, not a huge amount of layback. Maybe just a bit tightening up in the Penn-AC Lane 4, letting Conshohocken get away just a little bit more, still holding the same distance to Penn-AC in Lane 5. And out the back we do have Litchfield Hills and Monmouth Juniors and the Undine boats looking for those higher place finishes in the semis, seeing if they can get some good racing in. Doesn't look like the wind is affecting everyone too bad right now. Seems like it's calmed down just a tad. Don't see as much movement in the trees or blowing my tent over on me. And here we have Conshohocken coming through on the line. Lane 3 punching their ticket, going up against the Penn-AC boat from the previous semifinal. And then Penn-AC, that is Penn-AC C, stroked by Debasitis. So those two going on to the finals tomorrow. And there we have Lane 1, Monmouth Juniors crossing the line. We're going to take a quick break and go to some messages from our sponsors just after our Lane 6 of Litchfield Hills crosses the line. And if you had the opportunity to see that lovely little ad from US Rowing about regatta dogs, who doesn't love regatta dogs? Not an ad, just a sponsorship spot. showcasing how much we love our dogs. If you've got your dog out there, give it a big hug for me. Okay, here we are on semifinal 3 of the men's quad under 23s. We have in lane 1, Orion. Lane 2, Marietta Training Center. Lane 3, Conshohocken B. Lane 4, Y Quad Cities Composite. Lane 5, Virginia Rowing Association. And Lane 6, Fairmount. And from the onset, it looks like we have another dominant performance from the under 23 quad coming out of Conshohocken Rowing Center. And so as they cross in front of the commentator's booth, you can look out and you can see nice bit of probably a length of clear open water between them and second and third, who are in a tight battle for that last spot into the finals tomorrow. We have the Y Quad Cities and Marietta Training Center fighting it out. Virginia's looking like they want to get into that tussle. We'll see if that pans out in the next 500 meters as they go towards that 1,000-meter mark. As we can see, going through the 1,000 in 3:09, just cruising through, on pace for 6:20s. Doesn't look like they're pushing as much as they would need to in the final tomorrow, but definitely looking crisp and clean. Conshohocken putting out 2 solid quads. Penn AC putting out a few solid quads as well. It's going to be a powerhouse of who's the sculling under 23 powerhouse champion of the Schuylkill River, Upper and Lower Schuylkill. And so as they are going through the third 500, legs burning, it looks like Y Quad Cities is breaking out of touch with the Marietta Training Center quad, who's in lane 2. Looking pretty clean up in front, commanding lead. Should be a really fun race to watch tomorrow. The Penn AC quad that won their first semifinal had a very dominant time trial, so that will be a statement piece if they can hold on and just absolutely run train through the field. But who knows, these two Conshohocken quads might give them a nice little tussle down the course. And as the drone pans back, we get a better view of where everyone else is. They have indeed broken past the Y Quad Cities out of Marietta's touch. And so Marietta on their way through to try and get through, but Y Quad Cities definitely looking like they're going to take the second and final qualifying spot for the finals of the men's under 23 quad tomorrow. So here coming into the last 250, the last 100 meters, Conshohocken Rowing Center, big statement piece. Doesn't look like they're going to be rolling it up through the rate too high. Maybe just a bit, just to get the legs burning, just a touch to remember what it's like to get up to that speed. But they definitely don't need it. They've controlled this race from the onset. And here they go through the final right there. right around that 620 mark. Yeah, just under 620. And then Y Quad City's coming in for that second and final spot in the finals tomorrow. And so, joining me in the booth is Kira Sullivan. Or Sullivan?
O'Sullivan.
O'Sullivan.
Get the
Oh.
Irish right, Eamon. Come
I know,
on.
I apologize. I'm not just going to be on my own. You're not going to hear just my lovely voice anymore. You're going to hear two kids bantering at each other who used to live in Ireland together.
Here we are at U.S. Summer Nationals. Who'd have thunk it?
I know. Definitely not me.
That's for sure.
So as we finish up this race with the lanes 1 and 6 coming across the line, we look back up the course and we're seeing the semifinal one of the men's straight fours.
Oh, what an event. I love a good straight four.
I know. It is probably one of my favorite boats to row. Being bow seat of a straight four is definitely where I want to be when I grow up.
I think it's one of the most challenging spots you can be between either a pair or the bow of a straight four. In all of rowing, I mean, come on, man. You have to be coxswain and rower all at once just with one blade. Insane.
Oh, for sure. So here in semifinal 1, we have in lane 1, Buffalo Scholastic. Looks like they've scratched. Can't confirm, can't see. We'll be able to tell that in a few minutes. Lane 2, Greenwich. Lane 3, unaffiliated. Lane 4, Menindota B. Lane 5, Sarasota B. And lane 6, PNRA Mercer. So, how's you're a coach for Penn AC. How are you feeling about those Penn AC quads that just went through? They look
Oh
pretty quick,
man,
right?
you know we are a sculling club. We love our quads. Super excited to see the guys out there crushing it. I did coach with the juniors, so we were mainly a sweep program, but it's really cool to be around such speedy guys up top. We're lucky to have such a great HP squad.
Oh, yeah.
Dominating that quad field, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean they were 7 seconds clear on the time trial. If I was looking at them, at it right, it was that is a statement piece in of itself. And so Conshohocken, my own home boat club, you know, putting out 2 quads though in the top 3 is, you know, they're gonna take them all the way down the course, I think, but I just think they're gonna hold them off. And we have a start. There we go.
Ooh, we are heading off.
And so this view is from the top of the Cooper Boat House.
Camden County Boat Club. Come on
Camden
now.
County Boat Club. There we go. Sorry, I was supposed to figure that out, but I didn't. But currently we have the men's straight four. So a straight four, what we're saying is it's without a coxswain. So it's just like a quad except it's sweeping. Whereas when we say a coxed four, you have the little person sitting in bow, the coxswain, who's steering the boat, trying to get the perfect line, doing all the coaching inside the boat. Whereas for this, bow seat is both the coach, the steerer, the coxswain, as well as just maybe the little chirp in the back to get everyone excited.
And sometimes you have that 2-seat acting as the coxswain as well, so that bow can just focus on steering. Look at this overhead shot. That's awesome.
Yeah, who doesn't love a good drone shot? But way out in front, lane 3, we have the might of the unaffiliated. Right now it just says, I'm not sure what his first name is, but Manion is stroking that 4. And they have stormed out ahead. They're already clear water, so
What a start. There you go.
not even 500 in, and they've got a length and a half of clear.
Basically claiming this piece of their own as their own over in lane 2.
And so back in lanes 3. Sorry, they are lane 3.
Oh, they're lane 3. Got it.
Yeah, so we're missing lane 1, which is why it's throwing us off right now. So Greenwich and Menindota B are the ones who are going to fight for the spot. This is 2 semifinals, which means we only have we have a total of 3 people going through to finals, unlike our 3 semifinals, because that extra spot just gives you a little bit more room to play with. Sometimes it gets a little bit hairy when there's only 2 spots, and you know you might have a dominant crew out ahead, so you have to race the crews next to you.
Looks like we've got a bit of a fight here now coming in through that first 500. Lanes 2 and 4 dogging it out a bit. Pulling away from those back 2 boats, though, really solidifying their spot in that final. Though there's a lot of racing left here. They're only coming into that first half of the race.
Yeah, so right now we have Menendota just off the stern deck of Lane 2's Greenwich Boat Club. They have just about, what I was talking about earlier was that tether. If they can hold on to that tether and keep them all the way down, that'll, do a lot more mental advantage for them than if they were to get blown doors open, clear open water.
Oh, yeah. If you can maintain contact on a crew, you can blow right through them whenever you have to.
Yeah, definitely in a 4, if you get that, little extra bit of little chirp in the back from your bowman or your 2-seat, whoever's doing the chirping, they can get the crew fired up. The next thing you know, you're stroking down the course at like a 45, storming through the guys next to you.
Look at this unaffiliated boat. They are blowing it out here.
They absolutely are going to be the crew to beat in this race. We'll see what Menendota has to take on in the next semifinal. But right now, Menendota B trying to hold on to the Greenwich crew. We'll see if they need to. They might just, because top 3 go on, might shut it down, realize they need to save. A lot of these guys are probably rowing a second event in, say, the 8, maybe a Cox 4 as well, depending on how many times they want to double up. Could even be a pair.
Now, Eamon, if you find yourself in the bow seat of this boat out front, do you think you'd be calling your guys just to smooth it out, have a nice ride out to the finish line here?
Yeah, I think so. It also depends, like, how much have they gone in the first 1,000? Because if it's not that much and they realize, 500 in, they're so far up ahead, then maybe they'll do almost like a flutter in the last 500.
Yeah.
Get that rate up just to see what it's like. Give it like as if it's a little training piece.
It is important to touch that high race speed, even in semis. It's good to flush it into the legs a little bit.
Oh, definitely. And as we see here, the lane 2 of Greenwich looking smooth, maybe not the same amount of power in the boat as you would have in the unaffiliated boat. Gonna need to get some more info on those guys because, man, they really just took this race by storm.
This Greenwich crew, though, solidifying their spot in the final, coming in here. It's got to feel good to be in their place right now.
Oh yeah, but then you wonder, like, are they even gonna think about those guys who are so far out ahead during the race? Or are they just gonna discount them because like they already had a length on us at the first 500? Maybe we just are all racing for second.
That's true, and then coming into the final, they can just remember that. They have to jump them off the start.
Yeah.
Get creative.
You're gonna really have to blow your barn doors off if you want to try and beat those guys in the first 500. It looks like 2-seat, maybe one of the biggest people I've ever seen in the boat. Sorry, not 2-seat, 3-seat, 3-seat with the backwards hat.
These guys are crushing it. Unaffiliated boats, they're always super fun to see in racing. You never know who's pulled their friends together, called them up and said, hey, let's go race some summer nats, let's go win some medals.
Yeah, they honestly could have just started training together last week, or they could have been trying for this boat ever since they were locked inside thinking, okay, I'm going to have to just quarantine and sit on the erg for a couple months. Maybe we'll all get fit enough and see what we can do. And then having seen what they do, they absolutely crushed it.
Oh, they crushed that piece. Absolutely.
Not like it's many, many seconds until the next boat, which is still going through to the final, so they'll have a shot at a medal, but it's going to be hard pressed to see if they can get a gold medal out of that, taking off that crew. So definitely Menendota taking the rate down, really taking that little bit of pause at the finish through the line. Everyone knowing that they've qualified for finals, probably shutting it down a bit. I didn't see the unaffiliated boat taking it up any higher than they were already at, so maybe they just flatlined it all the way through, but maybe at a lower rate. So as we see the final boats go through our lane 6 of PNRA Mercer.
Sarasota B and is in front of them.
Yep. So here we are in semifinals 2 of the men's straight 4.
Firing them right off.
Firing right off.
Start there, but look at this crew. Wow.
Yeah, we have Sarasota lane 1, CRI lane 2, Menendota lane 3, PNRA Mercer lane 4, TBC Racing lane 5, Is it looking like we're getting close to each other?
Looking like we got some steering going on here.
And Menendota lanes number C, letter C, Menendota C in lane 6. There we go. Yeah, steering. There are some famous videos of Coxless 4s steering into the barriers at Henley as they're about to
man.
win the Henley final, and for some reason the toe just wasn't turning it, and all of a sudden they're turning to the left, the barrier's right there, they're stopped dead in their tracks. So racing these boats is super fun. They're much lighter and faster without the coxswain's weight, and right now it's looking like we have a great race up front with Menendota out in front of PNRA Mercer, going nip and tuck through the 750 mark right in front of the broadcasting booth.
Menendota pulling away now. Looks like PNRA Mercer holding on.
And then TBC Racing for that third spot, that spot right to the finals, but they have lanes 1 and 2 contending with each other, seeing if they might push each other into those qualifying spots.
Yeah, Sarasota and CRI duking it out right there in lanes 1 and 2. Sarasota pulling up just a little bit in front of CRI.
As the camera zooms out, we get a nice view of the straight fours all across. Switch to the drone. Lovely overhead shot.
Oh, yeah.
Still connected. You love to see it through the 1,000.
It's a much more exciting race when you're this close,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tough for these guys to go up against the might that we saw of that unaffiliated crew. They were fast, but these guys, they might have something in them to jump it off the start. They're going to have to ask their teammates what happened, how the unaffiliated went 20 seconds faster than almost any other boat.
And I know you mentioned that tow steering earlier, so tow steering could either go into bow or the stern of these boats. Sometimes you put it in the stern so the stroke seat can steer off of the buoys instead of having bow do, everything.
Whenever I was bow, I would always want to do everything because I just wanted everyone else to just focus on rowing and pulling hard, because I was always the smaller guy in the boat. So I always was like, I'll just be the brains. I'll just do the thinking. You guys pull me down the course.
Oh, bow seat lifer.
Yeah, bow seat life is what it's at. But as we get into deep into the third 500, they are looking like CRI might be about half a length ahead of that boat from Sarasota. That's the third spot for the finals.
It's not over till it's over here. We might have Sarasota pulling through this last 500 or so.
Yeah, they're still nip and tuck with the PNRA Mercer boat, so it looks like they're still connected. So that I don't know, that Sarasota boat could take it up in this last 500 to see if they can get that final spot. Who knows what PNRA's got under their belt, because this is a much closer race. And so getting that change of speed is still possible. They've got connection. They're close to losing it. They're just on the edge. It looks like we have CRI and PNRA Mercer bow deck, bow ball to bow ball. Absolutely just stroke for stroke. You could see the Sarasota boat just brought up the rate a lot, but CRI's kind of hugging that buoy line just like they hug their grandma.
Oh, they're going to have to pull over a little bit back into their lane there, CRI.
Yeah, they're sending. This would be you'd have Boris from Henley just waving his flag, saying "Move over, give room." Maybe a disqualification at the end with that kind of racing. But here we have buoys, and so they're doing their best to keep those things straight. It is pretty windy out there right now.
It is pretty breezy. Worth duking it out here with Mercer CRI though, because their time where they finish on this semi will depend on what lane they get in the final, and that can really make a difference, especially if it's a little breezy out tomorrow when the final is.
Yeah, and with this last little bit coming up, it looks like it's what we were saying throughout the whole race. Menendota out front, PNRA Mercer connected through CRI, and it doesn't look like Sarasota was able to bring up that rate and make it as effective to get into the final, but great race by them. So as the final boats come through the line, lane 6 or 5. It's hard to see. That was lane 5. That is TBC Racing coming through for ending the semifinals for the straight 4. And so right now we have a bit of a lull between the semifinals of the men's lightweight single. We have just finished our under 23s events for this evening. It looks like I'm checking the schedule. Yes, there are no more under 23s. Now we're into open. We are going to have some big names coming through the rowing scene coming up here in just a few minutes as
I
they
do love
set
the
up.
lightweight single. This is going to be a fun race.
Oh, for sure. There's a couple names in there that I'm personally friends with that I'll be, heart in my throat, waiting, hoping, and wishing them all the way down the course to try and qualify for the final and get those medals that they definitely deserve. And welcome back to the men's lightweight single semifinal number 1. We have in lane 1, Brian Kungle. Lane 2, Oars of Rhode Island, John Manions. Lane 3, SoCal Scullers, Joshua Remlin. Lane 4, Potomac, Andrew Weinstein. Lane 5, Riverside's Ian Richardson. And lane 6, Undine's Matthew Grieshaber. Remember, all these guys are weighing below. Looks like lane 4 is currently checking their point. Good thing, too. They were going to go flying into Josh. But as we have learned with these lightweight scullers, they all have to weigh in below 160 pounds, I believe. I don't believe it's 165. I think that's just winter weigh-ins. But there was a lovely shot of Philly in the background. Many of these guys train out of Boathouse Row. Some of them train up in Riverside's high performance group. Others train out west. So we have a great mix here. All lining up, getting ready to start the afternoon back off with some speedy racing.
Yeah, we've got quite the group of different boathouses represented here, but like you mentioned, a lot of these guys did some kind of stint briefly at Boathouse Row. It's hard to be an American sculling and not take some time in Philadelphia.
Honestly, and here we are, off, just missing the start, but there it goes. So, lightweight sculling, you get off the line, you're probably close to 55 strokes a minute, just absolutely hanging and banging, seeing how far out you can get, seeing if you can hold off some speed of the guys next to you. We have Josh Remland, who is a personal friend of ours, just an absolute monster on the rowing machine. Basically collects C2 American records like it's his job.
Do you ever get so bored during quarantine that you go through and destroy all the C2 records in your weight class? Because that's exactly what Josh did.
He just decided that. I had a chance to get to meet him down in Texas, so I've gotten to see firsthand him just really turn it on. So it's going to be interesting to see what he has here. But right now we have 5 boats across, all linked within a boat length of each other. Right now we have lanes 1, 3, and 5 just pipping ahead, just about 3/4 of a boat length ahead. That's Brian, Josh, and Ian.
This will be a good fight too, with 3 semifinals set up. That means it's just top 2 from each heat to the final. So these guys are really going to be duking it out the whole race course to get those top 2 spots.
Yeah, and I know that some of these guys think of this as a bit of redemption because currently they would have been trialing for the United States World Rowing Champs team in the lightweight single, but unfortunately those were canceled and decided to not be rescheduled and rehosted somewhere else. I was having a little hope sesh down that it would be down in Sarasota again, just, so I could go and film that, but unfortunately that is just not happening. But as they're going through the first 500 out in front, it looks like we have Josh and Ian repping the speed demons of the lightweights in this event.
Yeah, these guys still racing their hearts out here. I think any opportunity to race is well appreciated after losing so much racing last year, even with Worlds being canceled. It's awesome that everybody showed up and still wants to duke it out, see where we're all kind of sitting based on training.
Yeah, you can imagine this is the one of those speed orders that you would have in the fall, or time trials that they have in spring, to just, kind of get everyone an idea of who's around, what speed. Sometimes that allows people to figure out who they want to train with, if they want to go for the lightweight double or something, or maybe invite them to train with them over in SoCal, like Josh is some days. Right now, coming through the commentator's booth, right around that 650, 700 meter mark, Josh Remlin's got that length lead, little bit of open water.
Nice and smooth coming up, these 2 leading guys out here, lanes 1 and 3. Really pressing away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see the bit of side wind is causing lane 2 to drift just a touch. That's John Manion over. So, these guys are going to still be dealing with the wind. It's not gusting quite as much as it was before, but it is still blowing a nice big tailwind. So times might be a little bit quicker than you might expect lightweights to be able to do, especially if they're going through the 1,000 in 3:35. That's cooking.
Yeah, I mean, if the water isn't dead flat, this is what a lightweight wishes for, a nice tailwind to send them down the course.
And right now it looks like Josh is still neck and neck, just a little bit ahead of Mannion here in lane 1. Or sorry, Brian Kungle in lane 1. So as we see them peek out behind the trees, going over that 250, going up to that 1250 meter mark. This is, as I have been hounding on, the hardest part of the race. Mentally the most draining. You're tired and you're only halfway there. You're still trying to, in a race where top 2 were the only ones to go through. So right now it looks like Brian and Josh would be the 2 to go through. But who knows? There might be a couple late moves out of lane 5. Maybe if lane 2 decides to start now, he might get close, but it would require a little bit of a catastrophe from the 2 up front to relinquish this lead.
Men's 3:53.
These two really pulling away from the field here. Lane 6, as it looks like out there, is still putting up a bit of a fight.
So as we are coming into the last 500, Josh still holding off Brian with that length lead. He's looks like he might be going through the gears just a bit, staying long, staying loose. He's got way too much power for that body of his, so getting all that efficiency into the water is going to be key for him. So
Like-
as he is just moving and grooving, you can watch them try and not tighten up as they go through the last little bit, because if you start to tighten up, you really do start to lose boat speed.
Yeah, you got to stay relaxed in waters like these. Boats are a lot like sharks, I always say. They can sense when you're afraid or scared or a little tightened up, and stay nice, cool, calm, collected coming into this sprint. And it's worth it for both these top 2 boats to push it towards the finish line here. Trying to solidify that best spot for lane draw for the final.
Yeah, especially since, you know, some days there might be a bit of a gust and it takes you right down the center, but those lanes over on the side might have a little bit more coverage and not quite get that speed boost, if you will. But the as the men's semi-final number 1 of the lightweight single comes through, he is not just collecting erg records, but he's collecting some serious props here in the men's lightweight single.
Nice and strong through the finish line here. I was lucky enough to train very briefly with Josh. We had some overlap at Vesper Boat Club, and great guy, great rower. Oh, lane 1 coming up.
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
Whoa!
Didn't see that coming. He came a lot closer, but they, you know, maybe not to give him more credit than he's due, but maybe Josh was just letting it go because honestly, they were both well out ahead that they were both getting to finals tomorrow.
Looks like unofficially we got Josh out front. Probably by, God, even less than
Less than a tenth.
less than a tenth of a second here.
Yeah. But as the, yeah, that was,
Oh, there you go.
wow, yeah, three tenths of a second between the two. But I have definitely seen more of a sprinting. And as we catch up with the next semifinal of the men's lightweight single, we have out in lane 3, running the game, Sam Melvin. He's been at the top of the men's lightweight drafts, if you will, always kind of fighting, going against the likes of Andy Camps and Josh Canisius. I definitely didn't say his name right, but, you know, our 2016 Olympian
There
lightweight
you
doubles.
go.
And so, going from left to right, we have lane 1, Hilton Park from OKC. Lane 2, Benjamin Weatherwax from
Orion.
God, I can never say that right off
Got
the first
you.
start. Lane 3, Sam Melvin's New York AC. Lane 4, Cody Lowry of Undine. Lane 5, Rodrigo Silva Urbanea from Miami. And lane 6, Joseph Capalla. So as we have the 2 out in front, just a bit over lanes 1 and 2, that's 3 and 4 taking the lead just a bit. They're the ones who qualified higher through the time trials. These guys are the ones who are always looking to put their stamp on their race and show that it wasn't a fluke. They can move some boats.
Yeah, Sam Melvin really deciding the race here, pulling out front. Even from the get-go, he's really pulling away from the rest of the crowd. Cody Lowry really trying to hang on with him. But those two definitively out front here of the field.
Yeah, you can just see Sam dipping a bit on his right hand so that he can stay centered in the lane, not drift to the right. You can watch his right arm kind of bending in a little bit earlier just so he can turn that boat, because there is no rudder on these things, just a fin that keeps you straight as much as it can. So you're all pressure steering in these boats, and as you're doing that, you're constantly checking yourself side to side, making sure you're not scrubbing speed by going too much off course. You could actually add 10, 20 meters to the race course if you're swerving side to side.
Doesn't sound like a lot, but my God, does it feel it.
For sure. So there we have Sam Melvin out ahead, just a little bit of open water on lane 4's Cody Lowry.
Sam and Cody really crushing this piece here, but Hilton down
There
in
goes
lane
Hilton.
1.
We see him coming up. He knows he's got to be moving to get into that final.
Up from OKC, this breeze has got to be nothing for him. They're used to some pretty nasty wind down there.
Oh, man, I do not envy them. I see plenty of training videos where they're out for a nice row and then all of a sudden the windstorms kick up, and I'm just like, oh, man, if only they were able to predict that kind of stuff.
He's making a nice move here coming into the last bit of the race.
Yeah, we're going into just about that last, I would say, 500. It's a bit hard to tell right now with the angles still. So as we are finishing up the men's lightweight single semifinals, we have been given the go-ahead to announce that we are suspending racing and launching of all crews after the men's lightweight singles come down for semifinal 3, as they are going through the 600-meter mark now. We're still on semifinal 2 right now, seeing how they do in the last 250. But all of the singles that went up to the top of the course, which include the women's open singles, are all slowly coming back down the course past us. So unfortunate that the weather isn't going to hold out for us. We're going to see that maybe we'll reassess at 4:30 and make another announcement. But right now, we're just focused on Sam Melvin coming through for another victory,
Nice. Yeah.
qualifying himself all the way through to the finals tomorrow in the men's lightweight singles.
Nice and smooth through the finish with these two. Really feeling good about those races. Lucky
Yeah,
they were able to get it in before this inclement weather we got coming in here.
And as we're picking up right now in front of us the semifinals of the final semifinals of the men's lightweight single. In lane 1, Amel Eunice from Riverside. Lane 2, Sean Richardson from Riverside. Lane 3, James Nelson from Mission. Lane 4, Jeff Skelly from Great River. Lane 5, James McCullough from Vesper. And Lane 6, William Risco from Undine. We have plenty of friends in this crew, in this lineup right now. I know Jimmy from seeing him down training in Texas, trying to qualify the boat to go to the final qualification regatta, being over there as the alternate. He's got some serious speed, having trained with some Olympic women's rowers over there. But right now, James Nelson, always fast, always out front. Seems like he's going to be taking this lead right now.
Billy Risco over in lane 6, Philly guy. He went to St. Joe's University for undergrad. Now he's at Undine. I mean, this is basically part of his home course. He can't really do this many big races on the Schuylkill, but over here in Camden, he's gonna have done a whole lot of racing over here.
Yeah, and as we see the possibly the last shots of today as the singles drift out of frame, we do have a final shot with the drone. Love to see that. We do have lane 3 out ahead. James Nelson taking it by storm. But over in lane 5, we do have Jimmy coming up on the outside rail, seeing what he can do. He's got some speed on the back end. I've seen it firsthand, and I would never count him out in a race like this.
Yeah, Jimmy able to get some international racing experience this past year, traveling with the lightweight men's double for the final Olympic qualification regatta as their spare. Got to do some international rowing out there as well. Pretty sure he raced in one of the World Cups while he was over.
Yep, World Cup 2. So he felt like he was with the big boys, and he deserved to be there,
Yeah,
as he is just as fast. But here we go. We have lane 4, Jeff Skelly coming up on Jimmy's outside. These two fighting for the last qualification spot to the finals tomorrow. Possibly the last race of today. We will be reassessing that around 4:30 and making another announcement. But right now, it looks like this might possibly be the final race of the day, and it might be a very entertaining race coming up through that last 500, seeing who gets the final spot to go to finals. A lot of word finals in there.
It's a very important final. What can I say?
Yeah, clearly. These were set up to be the trials for Worlds, so these guys were planning on probably peaking in the training so that they could get the shot to go to World Champs over in Shanghai. Unfortunately, those have been canceled.
Lane 3 out in front, but 4 and 5 still putting up a bit of a fight. I gotta cheer for my Vesper guy here. I mean, I gotta stay unbiased, but Jimmy, come on, man, you got it. Pull him through. Here
So
we go.
as we come into the last 500 meters, a lovely view of the race between Jimmy and Jeff, duking it out. Jimmy's just holding him steady out of length. You can see him bringing it up on the rate a bit. He's nice and smooth, fast. One of my rivals from high school at St. Joe's Prep, he is currently just getting a little bit more open water. Let's see if Jeff can respond. I don't know. He's kind of running out of race course. I think the drone has been following us all the way through the end. Yep, those are the final buoy markers. It does look like Jimmy's going to be holding him off. So through to the final will be James Nelson and James McCullough. The James Show.
Nice racing here, guys.
You love to see it. What's not to love? Some lightweight men's racing. So as the final boats cross the line, we will wrap up here right now and tune back in around 4:30 with an announcement to see if the weather passes through. But unfortunately, we are racing. Our racing is suspended. No boats are launching. Take some cover. Don't get struck by lightning. Don't
Take some cover. Strap your boats down.
Yeah, strap those boats down. You need to make sure those things aren't flying away.
Got some wind coming in here, guys. So be safe out there.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.